Hello, welcome to my channel, Astro, and I'm your friendly astrologer here with your monthly forecast for August 2025. We're almost into fall. Time is going by rather quickly this year, and part of that has to do with Uranus and Gemini. But before we get into the forecast, I want to share with you the highlights for the month of August 2025. Now, on the 1st, we have retrograde Mercury conjunct the Sun in Leo. And on the 7th, we have Mars moving into Libra. There is a full moon in Aquarius on the 9th. Mercury turns direct on the 11th, and the Sun enters Virgo on the 22nd. And there is also a new moon in Virgo on the 23rd. And last but not least, but packing a punch, Venus ingresses to Leo on the 25th. So towards the end of the month, we're going to have a lot of Venus energy interacting. And at the beginning of the month, we're going to have a lot of Libra interacting. Okay, there is also a grand trine that is happening this month on the 10th, and that is in the air elements. So there's going to be a lot of chatter and quick thinking, because all this air energy is intellectual, and people are going to be talking about a lot of different things. So with this trine, there's also the tendency for some to because this trine is so easily to work through, some people may not put the effort in to create whatever intellectual things that you have planned or communication in any form. Okay, so just be aware of that. You still have to get up and do something similar to a sextile. But overall, this is a beautiful trine, and August is a beautiful month because we have lots of Venus energy, and Venus rules the sign of Libra. So not to say that there is not going to be any tension, because there is. We do have oppositions and we have squares also involved this month. Okay, so thank you so much for being a part of the channel or viewing it. I'd appreciate it if you would like and subscribe. It helps the channel move forward. Okay, so we will start the forecast off with Aries. So I will see you on the other side. Hello to my collectives, Aries rising. This is your forecast for August 2025. And we're going to start out with, on the 1st, we have retrograde Mercury conjuncting the Sun, and this is happening in your 10th house of creativity, hobbies, romance, fun, and Leo belongs there. Okay, but since this is a retrograde, all retrogrades are about introspection and reviewing things. Okay, so introspection and self-reflection regarding your creative expression, your romantic life, and how you present yourself to the world. During this time, you can refine your identity. You can also clarify your desires and integrate lessons from your past into your present reality. So this is a good time, especially when it comes to, romance. Sometimes we don't get it right, and we may need to review or reassess the past to check in to see if we are changing or if we are still operating under the same patterns. Okay, and that's really what retrogrades are all about, is to go back and take a look, re-examine if you're not, happy with what's going on in your present moment. Sometimes you can go back and find out, how you handled things in the past, and if you're doing it the same way, you can figure out ways to do it differently. Okay? Okay, so be careful of communication breakdowns in your romantic relationships or, with children, yours or mine. Okay, on the 7th, Mars enters Libra, and this is happening in your 7th house. And of course, Libra belongs there because Mars is in its detriment. Not happy in the sign of Libra. Okay, you may struggle with being assertive and resolving conflicts in your relationships. You may try to avoid confrontation and suppress your anger. You may project your anger and aggressions onto your partner as well. So just be mindful. This is a retrograde, and this is a time of retrograde during, until the 11th of August. Mercury will turn direct, but Mars is in its detriment, so it doesn't feel comfortable working in the sign of Libra. And you also have the retrograde, so this is like compounded energy, especially in your relationships or with, close friends and family as well, because the 7th house is about all of your relationships, partnerships, your open enemies, and your legal matters as well. Okay, so on the 8th, Mars in Libra is trining Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your 7th and your 3rd house. Okay, so during this time, you may be drawn to partners who are intellectually stimulating. Uranus in Gemini likes the stimulation, especially Gemini. This is pretty much a Gemini trait. And enjoying exploring new ideas together. You may also have a desire for unconventional or unique relationship dynamics. Now that's the Uranian part of the story. Unconventional or unique is how Uranus shows up, and it also shows up suddenly. Okay, so on the 9th, we have Mars in Libra opposing Saturn in Aries, and this is happening Saturn and Aries and Neptune, because Saturn and Neptune are conjunct. Okay, but this is happening in your 7th house and your 1st house, because this is Aries rising, and this is your 1st house. So you may experience challenges in your relationships that stems from your desire for harmony and your need for independence. The opposition is an opportunity for growth by learning to balance your assertiveness and energy with Saturn's need for discipline and structure. And also with Neptune in the picture, your spiritual needs may show up, but be aware of confusion, okay? Because whenever Neptune touch down, however that shows up, it's going to create some confusion, but there's also a deep spiritual aspect that is probably going to change you in some way, and that's in a positive way. However, boundaries are necessary, and try not to overdo it, because whenever Neptune is around, you use a lot of your spiritual energy, and you need to rest. Okay, rest up from that. All right, so with Mars and Libra in opposition to Neptune, okay, I already spoke about that. Don't forget the confusion. Okay, so then we have a full moon in Aquarius, and this is happening in your 11th house. And this is the house of higher learning, spirituality, religion, long distance travel, philosophy, teaching, publishing. And I think I said, higher learning, which means a higher education. Okay, so this is a good time to release outdated patterns that limits your beliefs, or negative thought processes that prevent you from connecting with others or achieving your desires. This is a good time to reassess, well, not reassess, but assess your long-term goals and aspirations that involves your purpose in life and how you can achieve them with the support of others. Okay, Aries rising, this is like a deep spiritual awakening that can happen for you, but for some of those Aries, especially it's Aries sun, it's hard to let go of those patterns because they're like instinctual. Yours are, you're driven on instinct. So, sometimes you have to learn how to navigate differently in order to receive the blessings and growing more. Okay, so we have on the 10th, we have Mars in Libra, Uranus in Gemini, and Pluto in Aquarius, forming that grand trine. And this is all happening in the air signs, and it's happening in your 7th house, your 3rd house, and your 11th house. Okay, so your 7th house is about your close relationships, open enemies. Your 3rd house is about your local community, your siblings, your neighbors, neighborhood, communication as well. And your 11th house is about larger groups, your hopes and wishes, your social groups, and it could be some of the people that you work with as well. So this transit can bring about open and flowing conversations, because it's in the air signs, and air signs are about communication. of all kinds. Okay, you have new ideas and greater ease in expressing yourself. You may experience positive developments in your relationships. Transformative changes may indicate societal shifts and a focus on the well-being of the collective, which is the bigger picture. And also with Uranus and Gemini, yeah, there's a lot of conversation going on, but there could be sudden shifts in consciousness, since we're talking collectively. And when we talk collectively, we have to look out at what's going on in the world today. So, and how things are unfolding. So in some areas, you know, like where I am, there is definitely a lot of sudden confrontations with illegal aliens and the ICE things. These things are suddenly happening, and people are not comfortable about it, but they are speaking up to it. So this trine collectively is just a process in which we are watching the world unfold, because we're in the age of Aquarius and we have Pluto, okay, in Aquarius now. So how these transforming, controlling energies are showing up is going to, you know, show us, you know, how the collective is working through all of this. But as I said, it's a grand trine, it's in air signs, and that doesn't mean that we, you know, it's going to be smooth sailing. You know, we all have to step up and do whatever is necessary for, you know, as an individual. Not that you have to, you know, go out there and do anything, but this trine is for you as well. But because we have Pluto in Aquarius, and Aquarius is about the people, okay? We have to discuss it. We also have Gemini here, and Gemini is that social butterfly that wants to communicate and wants to have that intellectual conversation. And Libra is here because she wants to create the harmony and the balance that we need in the world today. Okay, so let's just move on. Aries rising. On August 11th, Mercury turns direct in the sign of Leo. And this is happening in your 5th house of creativity, children, your romances, that, and your hobbies, and also speculation as well. So this may be a time when your creativity and your self-expression is livelier, and your attention may be on fun and romance. And that's true because Leo likes a lot of attention, and this is the house of Leo anyways. Okay, so Leo is comfortable in its own home where the sun is shining and getting all this attention. Okay, so this is a fun house. It has children in it, and you know, the possibility of pregnancy is the 5th house as well. But you know, Mercury is just all about conversations here. Okay, all right, so on the 12th we have Jupiter, the benefic, expansive, spiritual, upward thinking, and our love for beauty, Venus, you know, showing up in the sign of Cancer, which is about, you know, your home. She's ruled by the moon, so she's deep feeling, and this is conjunct, and this is in your fourth house, and everything is as it should be because Cancer rules the fourth house. Okay, so you may feel a deep connection with your family, and you may experience more harmony and support from them. Okay, you may want to expand your living space, Jupiter, or redesign the interior spaces, that's Venus. You may have good luck with real estate, home improvements, or finding a new living space. Some of you may be looking. Okay, so on the 22nd, we have the Sun entering Virgo, and this is happening in your sixth house of work, daily routines, co-workers, your health, okay? So here, during this time, you may be practical, detail-oriented, and dedicated in your work and daily routines. This has to do with this Virgo Sun, very assertive energy, okay? Very organized. So you may be overly critical, or you may seek perfection in your work and daily routines, which may cause you stress and anxiety, okay? Because a lot of times trying to be perfect don't always work out the way we expect it to work out. All right, so just beware, you know, take it easy on yourself here in the sixth house because it is connected to your health. All right, so, you know, take your little time out and make sure that you're not stressing out and in trying to overperform. All right, so on the 23rd, we have a new moon in Virgo, and this is happening in your sixth house as well, okay? So you know when the moon is there, there's some moodiness. Also, you know, there may be some health issues as well with the moon in the sixth house. So be mindful of your daily routine, health, and work habits. The new moon in Virgo, okay, now this part I'm not going to discuss because this is a yacht configuration, and this has to do with, you know, some karmic ties here, but for some reason I didn't get this is the tail of the yod, and I'll discuss that more at a later date. Okay, so we have on the 24th, we have the Sun in Virgo squaring Uranus in Gemini, and this is in your sixth house and your, how did I do that? The Sun is in Virgo and it squares Uranus in Gemini. So Gemini is in the sixth house, and no, Gemini is in the third house. And Virgo, I apologize because I didn't get this house straight. Virgo is not in the sixth house, so I'm gonna have to. Hello to my beautiful Taurus risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro Cheryl, and this is your monthly forecast for August 2025. Now, in my preview, I went over the highlights of the month already. So if you didn't look at that, take a look and see what's coming up. and I'm going to just go forward into your forecast. Okay? I don't know if my glasses are on right, but here we go. So on the 1st, we have retrograde Mercury conjuncting the Sun in Leo, and this is happening in your 4th house of home, your physical place, your family, your significant other, children, ancestry, real estate, those types of things. So, in this 4th house, Mercury retrograde, conjuncting the Sun, which is in the sign of Leo, there's some communication breakdown that may be possible. So you may feel the need to reassess your sense of belonging, okay, your security, your personal identity within your home environment. Your communication and self-expression may be challenged and may lead to misunderstandings or delays in personal projects. Okay? So just be aware, because sometimes with the Leo sun, Leo is very bright, vibrant, and Leo wants to be seen and wants to be heard. So Leo will, act in an assertive manner, which may feel, some people may be taken aback by that light, but this is a retrograde, and on the 11th, things will be changing, especially, in the communication department. Okay, so on the 7th, we have Mars entering Libra in your 6th house. Now, this month, we have a lot of Venus energy flowing, and we have a lot of Libra energy flowing as well. So on the top of the month, we have these aspects with Libra. And towards the end of the month, we have these aspects with Venus. So this is a wonderful month for fun, happiness, relationships, because that's what Libra and Venus are about, is relationships and balance and harmony. Okay, so let's get into this 6th house information. This transit implies that you need to find balance between your assertiveness and diplomacy, because that's Mars being assertive. Mars is take action, and Libra is more diplomatic, trying to be the mediator, look at both sides of things in relationships and at work. So if you don't take this aspect into consideration, you may experience disagreements or power struggles in your workplace. You may find yourself overdoing it at work, which may be a time of stress for you. So just know that this transit, you need to, pay more attention with how you present yourself, okay, especially at work. So if you don't want to get into any conflict, okay, if you want to, then hey, there it is. But anyway, moving on the 8th, we have Mars in Libra trining. Okay, this is a good aspect. The trine is much easier than an opposition or a square or even a sextile. Okay, so we have Mars trining Uranus and Gemini in your 6th and 2nd house. Okay, so this transit may bring unexpected expenses, which is your second house that rules your finances or how you make your money, your self-worth, your values, and also, your relationships as well, in the second house, because it's opposite of the eighth house, and the eighth house represents shared resources. So there could be some relationship issues there. Not issues, but there's that connection, is what I mean, because the trine is easygoing here. Okay? But it may bring unexpected expenses because Uranus is here, and Uranus brings sudden changes that we're not ready for. So this may be a need to adjust your spending habits or a desire for more freedom and flexibility in your financial matters. This is a time for positive change and growth, especially in aligning your values with your work and financial life. Okay? So on the 9th, we have Mars in Libra. See all of this Mars in Libra information. And this is an opposition. Now, this is something that, is harder to take, where, you might come in contact with people who want to have that pushing, that tension energy with you, which I've experienced, so I know how that happens. But anyway, this is opposing Saturn and Neptune, and they're both in the sign of Aries. And this is happening in your 6th house and in your 12th house. That's what an opposition is. Okay? So during this transit, you may experience a time of tension and potential conflict that can be explored with conscious effort and a willingness to address both the visible and hidden aspects of your life. The 6th house has to do with your work, and the 12th house has to do with your subconscious, your dreams, your self-undoing. But when this energy is hitting your 12th house, it's easier for you to, because your energy is already there, it's easier for you to work through, let go, or release some of that, those old patterns or some of the past life information that you are operating on in the present moment, but you don't recognize it. But working through some 12th house energy, you can let go of what no longer serves you. But anyway, let's get to this. I said that the tension and potential conflict that can be explored with conscious effort and a willingness to address both the visible and the hidden aspects of your life. It's a time for finding balance, developing self-awareness, and transforming challenges into opportunities for growth. Okay? So this is definitely, a time where you can kind of see behind the veil, because the 12th house is behind the veil, and you can get to the point of what works for you and what doesn't. Okay, so on the 11th, I don't know why this is like this, but August 11th we have the full moon in Aquarius, and this is happening in your 10th house. And your 10th house is about your public view, how people view you, and your career, and your reputation, and what I meant to say is your public image. Okay, so you may experience a culmination of a project. With the full moon, you get to see, how that project came up, or, the results. So you may experience that, or a new job, or an opportunity, job opportunity, or a significant shift in your professional trajectory. So, excuse me, you may change your career dynamic altogether. Okay, so then on the, oh, wait, I apologize. I said the 11th for the full moon is actually the 9th, okay? It's on the 9th of August. So August the 10th, we have a grand trine in the air signs. And this is going to be in your 6th house, your 2nd house, and your 10th house. So there's a strong emphasis on communication, intellect, and social interactions. So you may find it easy to achieve your goals in the areas of work, finances, and career, because this grand trine is happening in the air signs. So it's easier to communicate, and it's easier to communicate, and I'm trying to say the word socialize and to socialize with others and make those connections that you need to make, if that's, if you need to make some changes in that life, your career, or make more money, and it's in your house of work as well. So yeah, if you need to make some changes, this is a good time to talk about it. All right, so we have on the 11th, we have Mercury turning direct in Leo, and this is happening in your 4th house, and we talked about that retrograde at the first of the month. So this is a time to enjoy your family time and create more comfort around the home and foster, that open communication. But be mindful of the potential conflicts, because again, we have Leo here, and Leo is very assertive, straightforward, and don't back down, okay? So strive for balance in expressing yourself and respect the needs of others, okay? So that's what you can do. Now on the 12th, we have Jupiter, expansive Jupiter, and loving, caring, harmonious Venus, both in the sign of Cancer, are conjunct. And this is happening in your 3rd house of communication, short travels, siblings, friends, neighbors, community, okay? So this is a time when your emotions may be heightened, and opportunities for love and connections, and a focus on nurturing relationships with your friends and neighbors are highlighted, okay, here. So you're in that, loving mood. Jupiter is exalt in Cancer, so it loves being in the sign of Cancer. So, things should be good around the home front, and, with your loved ones, and those types of relationships. All right, so on the 22nd, we have the Sun entering Virgo, and this is happening in your 5th house of fun, creativity, romance, children, hobbies, and this can bring a heightened focus on your creativity, your romance, your self-expression, and the attention to detail and perfection as well. Children may also be involved. You may, be in the mood to teach them some creative aspects of what you know. Okay, so on the 23rd, we have the new moon in Virgo, and this is happening in the fifth house again. Okay, so with the moons, they are talking about our emotions, our internal, what we feel inside. So this can bring opportunities for new creative projects, romantic endeavors, or the potential for conceiving a child. So align your passions with your talents and embrace joy and fun. So this new moon is about your setting your intentions. So set your intentions to align your passion with talent, your talents, and embrace joy and fun. So have a good time with this new moon energy. Okay, so on the 24th, we have the sun entering Virgo, and no, let me say that again. We have the sun in Virgo squaring Uranus and Gemini, and this is happening in your fifth house, the sun in Virgo, and your second house, Uranus in Gemini. Okay, you may experience sudden shifts in your creative pursuits and romantic interests while simultaneously, facing disruptions in your financial life and how you earn your living. So this is a square is a difficult, experience, and like it's saying, you might have some sudden shifts in your finances in some way. Okay, disruptions. So just be mindful of that, and try not to overspend, be cautious. So on the 25th, we have Venus moving into Leo, and this is happening in your fourth house of home, your family, your parents, your spouse, your siblings or children, real estate, your physical place of living. Okay, so you may desire to enhance, because we have Venus here, your living space. You may want to create a more loving and enjoyable home environment and experience greater harmony within your family relationships. But just be careful, because Venus is in the sign of Leo, and Leo is an assertive sign, and Leo can sometime suck in the air. Okay, so just be careful of that, because Leo wants to be seen, wants to talk, but they want all the attention. All right. So on the 26th, Venus in Leo will trine Saturn in Aries, and this happens in your fourth and your 12th house. Okay, so this is a good thing. It's a trine. So during this time, your home may make you feel safe, okay, secure and protected, because Saturn brings stability and structure to your domestic life, as well as encouraging introspection, because Saturn is in your 12th house, and a deeper understanding of yourself. And that's what Saturn will do no matter where it is, but if it's in your 12th house, it is definitely going to have you take a deeper look at who you are and clear up some things for you, so that you can create the structure that is going to benefit you in the long run. That's what Saturn does. Okay? And because this is a trine and it's not going to, be, for years, it's going to, hit and, you know, come back again next year maybe and do it again. So it'll be pieces that will be dropping off when Saturn comes in, because he can't, just take the whole structure and throw it out the window. He's got to take a piece off and then you fill that in with something positive until, it gets where it needs to be. Okay, so also on that same day, Venus in Leo sextile Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your fourth house again, and your second house this time. Is that correct? Yeah. So you may find innovative ways to increase your income or attract resources that enhance your home and family life through creative endeavors or a shift in your values. What's important, right? You may have a renewed passion for your home life at this time. You may host parties, redecorate, or nurture family bonds. You may want to open the lines of communication within your relationships and be open to new dynamics and perspectives. Okay, well, that's all good. That is like, bright. That's some bright energy, how I see it. So on the 27th, we have Venus in Leo trine Neptune in Aries. And this again is happening in your fourth house and your 12th house. Okay? So you may feel a sense of contentment and a desire to beautify your home environment that fosters a more peaceful and aesthetically pleasing atmosphere. Your intuition may be more prevalent during this time. You may encounter love interests that are unconventional or exist in a more imaginative or spiritual realm if you are into artistic or spiritual communities. However, with Neptune being in your 12th house, Neptune, is a deeply spiritual planet. However, it can also create some confusion in your 12th house. And the romantic encounters could be, secretive, or you're not really seeing it clearly. So just be aware that's happening on the 27th. And then we have, on that same day, we have Venus in Leo in opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. Again, your fourth house and your 10th house. This is your house of career, okay, and your public image. Okay, this aspect suggests that your personal desire for love, comfort, and emotional security might be at odds with your ambitions and desires for power in your career. Pluto is about power and control. Aquarius is about the people, having your own power. However, it's good to stand in your own power, but trying to have power over others is another thing, okay? So it may be challenging to balance your personal relationships with your career demands, or you may experience power struggles in your professional life that impact your sense of emotional security. Okay, sometimes, there may be some power struggles with authority figures, and you may not feel at home. It may feel like, oh, maybe I need to find another job or, do something else because this is not looking too good. But, it's going to affect us all in different ways. It really depends on your chart. Okay, so Taurus rising, this is it for you for August 2025. And I hope this helps. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Gemini risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro Cheryl, and this is your monthly forecast for August 2025. Wow, time is going by so fast for me. How about you? I'm sure it is because you're Gemini. You're speeding with that Uranus energy. So yes, time is moving pretty fast for you too. All right, so in my intro, I gave you the highlights for the month. So if you didn't look at that, I advise you to, because I'm going to just step right into the first day of the month and move forward. Okay? So, August the 1st, we have Mercury retrograde conjuncting the Sun in Leo, and this is happening in your third house. And this is your house of communication, siblings, neighbors, community, friends, short trips. But anyway, during this time, you are asked to be mindful of how you communicate, express yourself, and learn, okay? This is learning too, education. But this is more like lower education, community college, something like that. So let me get into this, what I was saying. Review your communication style, creative projects, and relationships with siblings and close contact, okay? And this is because in a retrograde, we are looking back at the past, okay? So look back, reassess, review, recalculate, that kind of thing here. So try not to make any major decisions or start new projects at this time. Your focus should be on reflection, refinement, and revisiting past work or ideas. Okay, so the Sun is conjunct in Leo, but it's happening in your third house, and you are Gemini rising, so you are connected to the third house anyway. The third house is Gemini stuff, okay? So yeah, this is going to be affecting you because it's Gemini stuff. So just be careful and take the finer points, which is, be aware of your communication with others during this month. Okay, until the 11th at least, because that's when Mercury turns direct. All right, on the 7th, we have Mars entering Libra, and this is happening in your 5th house. Mars is in detriment in Libra, so it's not very happy there. And, it doesn't always act like it would if it was in a happy place. All right, so your actions and energy are focused on relationships, creativity, and romance, because the 5th house is about your creativity, your hobbies, children, romance, speculation. All right, and fun, okay? It is the house of fun. Okay, so let's see. But you'll need to balance assertiveness with diplomacy. Okay? That's Aries being assertive, Libra being diplomatic. Okay? And that's kind of hard for Mars because, well, Mars being assertive, I think I said Aries, because Mars doesn't really want to take orders, they want to take charge. Okay? So you may be more passionate. However, there is a tendency to be more impulsive. That's that Mars energy taking charge, and the potential conflict in your interactions with loved ones. That is, that Mars is taking charge. So just be aware of that and, tone it down a bit if you find yourself trying to overpower. All right? Okay, so on the 8th, we have Mars in Libra trining Uranus in Gemini. And this is happening in your 5th house and your 1st house. And the 1st house represents your identity, how people see you, and your personality and your physical body, okay? So during this time, you may experience positive change and self-discovery. It's a trine, which sounds good. You may get involved in your creative pursuits, or your creative pursuits can become a powerful avenue for your personal growth and transformation. Okay? Be open to new experiences, embrace your unique talents, and allow yourself to express yourself authentically. Okay, so when we're looking at Uranus, being about freedom and being your true self, we're always looking at authentication, okay? And, the 1st house is about your ego and the mask that you wear. And sometimes you need to take it off, to find out who you are authentically instead of, who you think you are. Because we got to, move the mask. We got to take off the mask, in order to find out who we really are. Okay, so on the 9th, Mars in Libra opposes Saturn in Aries and Neptune in Aries in your 5th house and 11th house. Okay, so both of these planets they're conjunct in the 11th house of social communities, your friends, large groups. It could be some of your work co-workers as well, a part of this group, because it is near the 10th house. And in your 5th house, again, is about your creativity, your hobbies, and your romantic relationships, and with children as well. So anyway, during this time, you may have difficulty expressing yourself creatively because this is an opposition. Experience conflicts in relationships or have obstacles in the way of achieving your goals. Okay? So, because these are larger group components, it's hard to get around, with this opposition. They don't see you clearly and you don't see them clearly. And you also have Neptune conjunct here. So Neptune is going to create some confusion in this situation anyway. So you have to know what is real, or you have to be realistic during this time, because you're dealing with a lot of people and you don't want to piss everybody off, okay? And they're experiencing some of the same energy too, but it may be somewhere else in their chart. It may not be hitting right where yours is hitting. So, people are going to be experiencing things too. So just be aware, this is not the easiest, comfortable transit, but it's something that prepares us for the future because this is about growth. So there is a full moon on the 9th, and this is in Aquarius. Wow. And Pluto is in Aquarius going retrograde too. But anyways, this is happening in your 9th house, and this is of, your higher learning, your belief systems, religion, your spirituality, your philosophical views, long distance travel, teaching, and publishing is the 9th house. So you are encouraged to release outdated, that's the full moon, or restrictive beliefs that no longer serve your growth and evolution. Okay, you may get clarity or have a revelation about your personal beliefs, ethical framework, or your spiritual path. You may have a strong desire now to pursue your education, travel, or experience different cultures. Okay. You may feel the tension between your individual needs and the needs of a community or society. Okay, and when we're talking about the needs of the collective, we're talking about Aquarius because Aquarius is the people. Okay, that's what Aquarius stands for. All right, so we're going to move on to the 10th. We have Mars in Libra, Uranus in Gemini, and Pluto in Aquarius. And this is forming this grand trine. And this grand trine is in the air signs, and it's really, a positive thing. It's an easy transit. It's a lot of communication that happens here because the air signs, represents your intellect, your mental stimulation. So it's happening in your 5th house, which is Libra, your 1st house, which is Gemini, Uranus in Gemini, and your 9th house, which is Pluto in Aquarius. So these 3 houses are being affected with this grand trine. So this may be a time when you have groundbreaking artistic projects, or you may discover new ways to express your authenticity. Okay, so with Uranus, this is the groundbreaking stuff, or sudden, sudden changes or shifts that happen. You may have the desire to learn new languages, explore different communities, methods, or share your innovative ideas with a wider audience. Okay? That's Aquarius, the wider audience. You may come to have a new sense of purpose and align your relationships and creative endeavors with your higher vision. Okay? And that's a plus because growth is necessary. Okay? Simple as that. Growth is necessary, and intellectual growth is all the more necessary because the more we grow intellectually, the more we can evolve spiritually and look at things from a higher perspective, okay? And act from a higher perspective. Because when you look around in the world and you see, the tit for tat, the pettiness and all of that, that is lower perspective energy. But when you start to become authentic and find out who you are, and coming from a place of compassion and self-love, then you you don't need the pettiness, because you're evolving as a higher spiritual being. Okay, so let's move on into where was I? I got, carried away with this trine. Okay, August 11th, we have Mercury turning direct, and this is happening in your third house, okay? And this, again, is your house of communication, lower education, your siblings, neighborhood, neighbors, friends. So your communication is clear now. Your thinking process is sharp. Your Gemini rising. And your mental agility is pronounced. All right? Your bond with your siblings and close contacts are stronger and harmonious at this time. So on the 12th, we have Jupiter, the planet of expansion and higher thinking, spirituality, ruling that ninth house, okay? And Venus, the goddess of love, harmony, and balance, are both in the sign of Cancer and in conjunction right now on the 12th. Okay, so this is a very fortunate time for you. Abundance, this is in your second house, I forgot to mention. This is the house of your finances, your values, your self-worth, self-esteem, your possessions. So anyway, as I was saying, this is a fortunate time for you. Abundance, your emotional well-being, and love are all amplified now. It gets bigger, okay, because Jupiter is there. So focus on appreciating the opportunities that arise for you. Pursue your passions and maintain a healthy balance in your life to get the most from this particular alignment, this conjunction here. Try to avoid overindulging, because Jupiter have a tendency to, with that expansive energy, overdoing things. And then again, Venus, she has a tendency to want to eat, the finer things, love food kind of thing. So, and Cancer ruling the stomach and the home and, where food is prepared. So just be careful. That's all I'm saying. Let me see. Focus on appreciating the opportunities that arise, pursue your passions, and maintain a healthy balance in your life to get the most from this alignment, which I said. Try to avoid overindulging in material pleasures and check your emotions. Be aware of your intuition and avoid being overly reactive or possessive in your relationships, okay? Because, we do have Cancer, and Cancer is all about your emotions and can be reactive. So just be careful of that. So on the 22nd, we have the Sun entering into Virgo, and this is in your fourth house. Okay, and this is your house of home, family, your ancestry, real estate, but Virgo is sitting here in your fourth house. So you may find yourself focused on home improvement, the need for open communication, Virgo is also ruled by Mercury, and Mercury rules communication. And address any underlying issues with family to strengthen your family bonds. Make sure you give your professional life some attention and take time to focus on your physical and emotional well being. Okay, on the 23rd, we have the new moon in Virgo in your fourth house as well. Okay, so just be aware of your emotional well-being here with the new moon, and set your intentions for what you want to create in your home environment. Okay, since the new moon is in Virgo, Virgo is all about that mental, boxing things, organizing things. So you may want to, change your living space in some way that gives you more organization and makes you feel more comfortable. Okay? So, let's see. Now, on the 24th, we have the Sun in Virgo squaring Uranus in Gemini, and this is in your first house, Gemini rising. Okay, so you may feel conflicted between your desire for a stable home life and the need for intellectual freedom and the unconventional. Okay, you may experience the feeling of being pulled into different directions. The struggle to balance your personal needs with the demand of your environment, or you may have a tendency to disrupt your own routine in pursuit of something new. Okay, so that's this Uranian energy, squaring with the sun. And of course, Uranus is in Gemini, and that's air energy. Virgo is also, air energy as well, ruled by the same god, Mercury, here. Okay, on the 25th, we have Venus moving into Leo, and this is happening in your third house. So there is an emphasis on expressing emotions with clarity and inspiring siblings and close connections. Intellectual conversation, fostering stronger bonds, and enjoying social interactions are highlighted. Now, beware that, of course, Venus is in Leo, and Leo may be more assertive than, we expect. And with that being said, be careful of, arguments, because Leo wants to be seen, wants to get his point across, and wants to be acknowledged as well. So this is happening in your third house of siblings, communication, neighbors, friends. So just beware there. It's easier for, this Leo energy to go too far in the third house, because this is a house where you naturally live, your family. These are people that for a long period of time. And it's easier to, to say and act a certain way without consequence. But you don't have to do that. You can grow up, is what you can do, Gemini rising. Okay, so let's look at the 26th and the 27th. So on the 26th, we have Venus in Leo trining Saturn in Aries. And this is in your third house of siblings and your 11th house of large organizations, hopes, and wishes. So this is a time when you are blessed with a harmonious balance between creativity and discipline, because we have Venus, creativity, and Saturn, the discipline, that can lead to success in your creative pursuits and long-lasting relationships, which is great, you know. And Saturn may, you know, tone Leo down some, which makes it easier. It's a trine, so it makes it easier to communicate and be around others without, you know, them having a problem with you being seen and assertive. Okay, so on that same day, we have Venus in Leo sextiling Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your third house and your first house. So this is your communication house, your siblings, and your first house, the house of self, you know, how you see yourself and your ego. Okay, so during this transit, you may have a strong urge to express yourself, Leo, in new and unique ways. That's Uranus with the new and unique. Maybe through unconventional communication styles or by embracing new technologies. This is also Uranus and Gemini. You are encouraged to embrace your individuality and pursue your unique path. You may find yourself drawn to new forms of learning or exploring different ways of connecting with other people. All right, so that's on the 26th. Now on the 27th, we have Venus in Leo trine Neptune in Aries in your third and 11th house. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. You may get a boost of creativity. Your social life is busy, okay? And your communication style is changing, making this a great time for expressing yourself and connecting with others. Okay, so this is a good trine. And, you know, just be careful with Neptune here. You know, there could be some confusion showing up about what is and what's not, what's real and what's not. Okay, so just stay in reality here. Okay, and it's a trine, so it should be easy for you to stay grounded. Okay, so Venus in Leo opposes Pluto in Aquarius, and this is happening in your third house and your ninth house. So this is your lower learning, your third house, your higher learning, your ninth house. Okay, this transit highlight power struggles. That's an opposition, and that's this Pluto opposition is always about power and control. Okay, obsessive tendencies and a need for transformation in how you express yourself and connect with others. It may bring about significant shifts in your values, belief systems, and how you pursue knowledge and higher learning as well. Okay, Gemini rising, it's good to see that you are looking up, you know, at your ninth house, because, you know, your spiritual goals are showing up for you, and you are questioning who is God, what is religion, you know, what do I really believe and what do I really want to believe. So you're kind of navigating your way through all of this higher knowledge, because you want to be able to have that connection with your higher self. I'm sure of it. Okay? So until next time, Gemini rising, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Cancer risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your forecast for the month of August 2025. Now, I'm going to get right into what's happening for the month. In my intro, I gave you the highlights of what's going to occur. So if you didn't listen, you may want to go back and, get some tips. If not, it's okay. Let's get right into it. So on the 1st of August, we have Mercury retrograde conjunct the Sun in Leo. And this is happening in your money house, the second house. Okay? This is about your finances, your relationships, your values, possessions, self-worth. And I think I covered it all. Okay, so this is a time to reflect on how you communicate your ideas and feelings related to your values and finances. This is a good time to revisit creative projects. That's because the Sun is in Leo, and Leo is creativity, okay? Take time to review your financial strategies and spending habits, and be mindful of impulsive decisions and focus on long-term stability. Good time to explore what truly brings you joy and confidence, and how you can align your actions with your values and express yourself from the heart. Okay, so on the 7th, we have Mars entering Libra, and this is happening in your 4th house of home, family, real estate, your ancestry, your physical home as well. You may experience a more passionate and exciting home life, and a renewed focus on creating a beautiful and harmonious living space, and a stronger connection with family members. Conflict and tension may arise within the family because we have Mars is detriment in Libra, and Mars wants to just, go straight forward into action mode, whereas Libra wants to create that harmonious balance in relationships. And between these two, you get some tension, okay? So the tension may arise in the family, and you may need to address the underlying issues related to your emotional security and your family dynamics. So on the 8th, we have Libra in Mars in Libra trining Uranus in Gemini. And again, this is aspecting your 4th and 12th house. Not for the 12th house, but for the 4th house, yes. You may experience a dynamic change. Your 12th house is about your unconscious, your subconscious, unconscious mind, and where things are hidden. It's about, our self-undoing. It's also about, healing karmic information. So, you have the potential for breakthroughs related to the home environment as well as your subconscious patterns. So, during this time, be open to new ideas, trust your intuition, and embrace what's not expected, and strive for balance and harmony in your relationships and home life. So the 12th house also governs your intuition as well. So your intuition may be keen, and while you're in aspecting this 12th house, it's also lighting up some of those subconscious patterns that are no longer serving you. So this is a good time to release, especially with the full moon coming up on the 9th, because we're in the 8th, August 8th here. So you're already doing some 12th house work. And with the full moon, that will help with the release of the energy. So we have on the 9th, we have Mars in Libra opposing Saturn in Aries and Neptune. And this is happening in your 4th house and your 10th house. Your 10th house is about your reputation, your public image, your career, authority figures. So this transit can highlight a period where your personal desires and emotional needs clash with your professional ambitions and responsibilities. It might be challenging to balance the need for emotional security here at home with the demands of a career that requires focus and ambition, right? You know, this is an opposition. So that's that tug of war there. You may rush into decisions related to home or family while also feeling the pressure of Saturn's restriction and delays in career during this time. So, you know, Saturn is always going to put you on track, okay? That's what Saturn does, because in the long run, it's going to benefit. And this is an opposition. So opposition is kind of hard to work through. So on that same day, we have this full moon. The full moon is actually on the 9th. Yeah, same day. So it may bring about intense emotional experiences regarding issues of control, independence, and transformation. Remember, Pluto is also in the sign of Aquarius right now, and that's where that control energy is coming from. So it's a time to examine hidden emotions and release limiting beliefs. Oh, and by it being in the 8th house, Pluto is also ruler of that house as well. So the 8th house is, you know, one of those houses where things are hidden. And with this full moon, it may illuminate some of that things that you need to let go of. You know, you may not know you holding on to it, but you are. But by you already working some energy in the 12th house, you may get to release what is happening for you in your 8th house, okay, with this full moon coming through. So in 6 months with the new moon in Aquarius, you should be able to see what type of energy you let go of, or what patterns that's changed for you that has to do with your 8th house. Okay, so on the 10th we have a grand trine, and this is happening in the air signs. We have the 4th house, house of home, family. We have the 12th house, the house of the unconscious, the hidden, your intuition, self-undoing. And we have the 8th house, again, house of death, transformation, shared finances, other people's money. Okay, this is a grand trine though. So this illumination should be a positive one for you, Cancer risings. So this time suggests that you may want to create harmony and balance within your home life. You may have unexpected insights, innovative thinking, and a desire for freedom and change to your subconscious mind, okay? There may be a transformation and shifts in your shared resources, intimacy, psychological depth. It can also indicate a desire to revolutionize the way you approach intimate relationships and shared power dynamics. Okay, so with this trine, things should be easy peasy here, because this is, we're dealing with the 12th house and the 8th house, and those two houses are, there are things are hidden there that we can't actually see, but there's also that psychic energy that's also available to you if you are not afraid of that part of yourself, okay? All right, so we're going to move on to the 11th, when Mercury turns direct in the sign of Leo in your second house of money and values, okay? So during this time, you may express yourself or communicate in ways that captivate others. That's Mercury in Leo. This is a favorable time for financial gains through your investments, career advancement, or inheritance, okay? All right, be expressive about your values and assert your self-worth, okay? Because only you know your self-worth. And I was looking at a post today about, someone sharing information about their daughter, learning about her self-worth, okay? And it's good to learn about your self-worth early, in life, so that when you become an adult, you are self-assured. You are certain about your authenticity, and your self-worth is what you mean, okay? And what you mean is your reality. So, when we're dealing in self-worth, you need to know your worth in order for anyone else to know what your self-worth is, okay? Because they'll try and put a label on you, but if you put the label on yourself and say you're worthy of this, that, and the other, then you can't go wrong, because you done already put up your sign. So their sign don't mean anything because you have your own, all right? Okay? And this, for sure, this is something that is really important in the workplace, because you find that you are misunderstood. And some of us go into the workplace not knowing what our self-worth is, okay? And then those who do, if you know your self-worth and they don't honor it, then you know what to do. Move to the left, just move on. That's all it is, because if you can't get what you're worth, then why are you there? All right, so that's second house information. So now we're going to move on to the 12th, where we have Jupiter, expansive, spiritual, higher-minded, and Venus, goddess of love, harmony, and balance, in the sign of emotional, moody Cancer. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. And Venus like water too. She don't have a problem with that. But anyway, this is happening in your first house because you are Cancer rising. Okay, and this first house is about how you are perceived. This is about your ego, the mask you wear. This is also about your self image. How do you see yourself? You know, is it in alignment with how others see you as well? But anyway, you know, let's move into this transit. So during this transit, you may need to prioritize practices that bring you comfort and emotional fulfillment, such as creating a cozy home environment, spending time with loved ones, or engaging in activities that bring you joy. Nurture your relationships and build stronger bonds based on mutual care and support. Be mindful of your needs and limits in relationships. Explore your creative talents and your gut feelings because Cancer, you are very intuitive, and your inner wisdom. Okay, so pay attention. Be open to new possibilities in love, relationships, and your personal growth because Jupiter is about the personal growth, okay? Expansion. You know, let's bring, you know, change our frequency, okay? So on the 22nd, we have the sun enters Virgo in your third house, okay? And of course, your third house is about your siblings, communication, and your neighbors, your neighborhood, and your friends, and your early education. So, members of the team during this time, I don't know why I said that, your communication skills may be enhanced. Your mental clarity may be enhanced, and your ability to express yourself clearly and effectively may be enhanced. Okay, so you are in a good place in your third house where your communication can come through, you know, with flying colors. It can also highlight the importance of family, especially your siblings, and inspire a desire for short-term travel or short trips and explorations. Okay, and just remember Virgo is all about, you know, she analyzes and she compartmentalizes things, you know, orderly. And so with this sun entering in the third house of communication, oh yeah, she is going to have that communication, that mental agility, because Mercury rules Venus. I mean, not Venus, but Virgo. Mercury rules Virgo. So in this house, she can clearly understand the communication factors here. And let's see, and Mercury is direct as well, so that makes it even easier. So on the 23rd, we have a new moon in Virgo, and that's also in the third house. So you may find yourself being more articulate and focused on clear, concise communication and eager to express your thoughts and ideas. This is a good time to delve into new subjects, learn new skills, or engage in activities that stimulate your mind. You might experience an increase in interactions with neighbors, siblings, or people within your immediate community. Okay, so on the 24th, we have the sun in Virgo squaring Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your third and 12th house. Okay, so again, we're going back to that, your 12th house and your third house. where you are going to, this is a good time for you. And I spoke to that before when we talked about the eighth house and we talked about Saturn in a trine, I think it was. I'm not sure, but let me check if I could find it in your Mars in Libra and Uranus in Gemini opposing. No, that's not it. Okay, trining. Mars in Gemini trines Uranus in Gemini in your 4th and 12th house. So you are working on 12th house energy, even with the grand trine. You're working on the full moon energy, letting go. So this is a good time for you, Cancer rising, to let go of what is no longer serving you. And this can happen really easy if you will allow yourself to explore your intuitive side. When Virgo is here, Virgo doesn't want to be intuitive, it's logical. So instead of being so logical, you can use some of your intuition and allow that to help you release what is no longer serving you now, because you're actively working on letting go of something. Okay, and whatever that is, it's is personal to you and your chart. Okay, so let's move on. During this time, you may find yourself more articulate and focused on clear, concise communication and eager to express your thoughts and ideas. It's a good time to delve into new subjects or engage in activities that stimulate your mind. Oh, and I said all of that, huh? Sorry. My bad. So we're on the 24th with the square between the 3rd and the 12th house. That's where I was supposed to be, but now I'm here. So during this transit, you may experience sudden flashes of insight that may come through your dreams or during times of solitude. Now that's something that Virgo can do, is sit in solitude and work alone. Okay, these insights may challenge your existing beliefs or patterns of thought. You may experience restlessness and seek out ways to explore new ideas and information. You may experience unexpected changes in your daily schedule, travel plans, or communication style. You may have a need to find clarity and focus amidst the mental stimulation and potential chaos that is in your environment. Okay, so you are letting go of some mental patterns that are ready to be released. Okay, so now on the 25th, we have Venus moving into Leo, and this is happening in your 2nd house of money, values, self-worth, possessions. You may have opportunities for financial gains, through creative endeavors or activities that align with your passions. It's a time to appreciate the finer things in life. That's Leo, liking to go big or go home and potentially indulge in luxuries, but also to cultivate generosity and share your abundance. So this is a time of abundance for you with Venus and Leo in your 2nd house, which is good. So on the 26th, we have Venus in Leo trining Saturn in Aries in your 2nd house and your 10th house. So Venus in Leo is in your 2nd house, Saturn in Aries is in your 10th house, and I think I spoke about it, your public reputation, your public image, your career, your authority figures, and co-workers. but it's public. So this is a time when your personal values and financial matters are positively impacted by your career and public image. You may find that your strong work ethic and disciplined approach to your career may lead to increased financial stability and recognition. Hey, that works, doesn't it, Cancer rising? Allowing you to enjoy the finer things in life and express your values more confidently. Ah, that is great. Okay, and the last thing we'll speak about is the 27th. We have Venus in Leo trining Neptune in Aries in the 2nd and 10th house. This transit can bring positive developments in your career, enhance your creativity, and bring a sense of fulfillment in both your personal and professional life. There may be a tendency to be overly idealistic or to idealize your career path, leading to potential disillusionment. So stay grounded. You know, I told you about Neptune. Maybe I didn't, but Neptune is going to, create some confusion, and it's like the rose-colored glasses. It looks good, but after that phase wear off, it's like, I didn't know. So stay grounded and try not to, jump into things too quickly. Make sure you got all of the components that you need, like the offer letter if it's a promotion, and all of those things that you need to know before saying yes. Okay, and the last thing we'll talk about this month is Venus in Leo opposing Pluto in Aquarius. And again, this is happening in your 2nd house and your 8th house. So this transit can bring about a need for change in your approach to relationships, finances, and how you value yourself. You may experience unexpected changes in your finances or resources. This could be because of your partner. There may be power struggles in your relationships involving shared resources or intimacy. And there may be a need for you to reevaluate your values and how you express yourself. You may be pushed to confront your shadow side, release old patterns, and transform your understanding of love, relationship, and personal power. Okay? Cancer rising, this is your monthly forecast for August 2025, and I hope it helps. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Leo risings. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your monthly forecast for August 2025. Okay, in my intro, I gave you the highlights for the month. So if you want to know the highlights, you can go to the intro if you haven't looked at it, because I'm going to get right into the forecast starting on the 1st. So on the 1st of August, we have Mercury retrograde conjuncting the Sun in Leo. And this is happening in your 1st house, Leo rising. Okay? Your 1st house is about your personality, your ego, how you appear to other people, and your mind and physical body. Okay? So you may find it harder to articulate your thoughts, and this is because Mercury is in retrograde, and your thoughts and ideas clearly, or you may experience misunderstandings with others in matters related to leadership, creativity, or self-expression. And you know, Leo is about creativity, leadership. Okay? You may be prompted to take a deep dive and examine your self-image, first house, your personal values, first house, and how you present yourself to the world, first house. Okay, so on the 7th, we have Mars entering Libra, and this is happening in your third house of communication, siblings, your neighborhood, your friends, transportation, education, early education, that is. Okay, so expect more meetings, conversations, and possibly more short trips as well. You may have deeper connections with partners, both romantically and business, and this may highlight shifts in the existing dynamics, okay? You have more social engagements this month. You may need to set boundaries around deadlines and workloads, okay? And on the 8th, we have Mars in Libra trining Uranus and Gemini in your third house and your 11th house. So your 11th house is about large groups, friendships, co-workers, friend groups, churches, organizations, and hopes and wishes. Okay, so with this being a trine, this is a good aspect, an easy aspect. Things just happen for you. You may have innovative ideas. You may be, your innovative ideas may be expressed in a direct and potentially assertive way. And you may have opportunities for both individual breakthroughs and collaborative success around communication, learning, and social networking. So this is third house and 11th house interactions, okay? So on the 9th, we have Mars in Libra, opposed Saturn in Aries and Neptune. And this is happening in your third house and your 9th house. Your 9th house is opposite your third house, and it represents higher learning, spirituality, long distance travel, other cultures, philosophies, teaching, and publishing is all housed in the 9th house. And this is also spirituality, religion, your belief systems, and other languages is also a part of this house. Okay, so you may find yourself wanting to express your opinions forcefully because it's Mars, but you may feel restricted by the need to be respectful of authority or to follow established protocols. That's because Saturn is at play here. You may encounter challenges in balancing what Libra wants to do, short-term travel plans and your long-term educational goals, okay? And also on the 9th, there's a full moon in Aquarius, and this is happening in your 7th house of relationships of all kinds. Also legal matters and open enemies, okay? So you have the potential to release, let go of outdated patterns related to relationships, personal and professional, okay? There may be a need for clarity, open communication, and a renewed sense of equality. It's a time to examine how you connect with others and strive for partnerships that are built on mutual respect, friendship, and shared vision. Because there's a tendency for Aquarius to be emotionally detached, all right? So on the 10th, we have Mars in Libra, Uranus in Gemini, Pluto in Aquarius, forming a grand trine. And this is happening in the air signs. We have Libra in the 3rd house, we have Gemini in the 11th house, and we have Aquarius in the 7th house. Okay? So this time indicates, no, this trine indicates a time where communication, friendships, and relationships are undergoing a profound and liberating transformation. Okay, so changes are happening. There's a natural inclination towards diplomacy and fairness in your interactions, and innovative ideas, and a desire for authentic connections. And this may drive changes within your social circles and close partnerships. So yeah, when we have Uranus and Pluto involved, Pluto has this transforming energy, and Uranus wants you to be, free and be able to express yourself authentically as an individual. Okay? And we have Mars is action oriented. All right. So on the 11th, we have Mercury turning direct in Leo, and this is happening in your 1st house. So your communication skills get a lift, making you more eloquent and persuasive in expressing your thoughts and ideas. You may be more self-assured and have a desire to shine, and that's because Leo likes to be seen, likes to be heard. Okay, you are encouraged to reflect deeply on your identity and purpose in life. You may explore new hobbies, projects, or romantic interests, and that's all a part of the Leo energy that we're talking about with the romance and hobbies and creativity. So on the 12th, Jupiter and Venus in Cancer are conjunct. Okay, and this is happening in your 12th house of your own undoing, your subconscious, karma, retreats, escapism, and your psychic energy, large institutions like hospitals, prisons, brothels, large charities. Okay, so in the 12th house, you may be drawn to meditation, dream work, or exploring hidden aspects of yourself. Okay? There is the opportunity to heal old wounds, find inner peace, and release patterns of self-undoing or hidden fears residing in your subconscious. You may need to confront past traumas or embrace your vulnerability. Okay, well, with these two, Jupiter, they're both benefic planets, so they're giving off good vibes. Jupiter is also expansive, so Jupiter being here has the possibility for you to dive deep because it's an expansive energy. So, this is a good time for you to let go of things that no longer serve you because you're already working through this energy in your 12th house. And by that, it should be easier for you to see, identify, and release what is outdated here. Okay, so on the 22nd, Leo rising, the sun enters Virgo, and this happens in your 2nd house. You may be inspired to become more organized and efficient, in how you handle your finances and possessions. Now, your second house is about your your finances, your possessions, your self-worth, and your relationships, because it's opposite the eighth house, and the eighth house is about shared finances. Okay? So, with that being said, you may receive an increase in financial gains from family members. Yay! Your self worth and how you value yourself is highlighted as well. You should pay attention to your health right now, and you may need to create balance between your material needs and other aspects of your life. Okay? When the sun is in Virgo, Virgo has a tendency to work alone and analyze and organize things. It's compartmentalized, and that can bring some stress onto you, Leo rising. So take time out to breathe, all right? And plus, you're doing some work in the 12th house as well, and that's working internally. So you need to rest, as you know, from these transits that are happening right now. Okay, on the 23rd, we have a new moon in Virgo. You are encouraged to focus, and it's in your second house as well, on building a solid foundation, organizing your resources, and adjusting your daily routine to align with your goals. It's a time to set your intentions related to your finances, possessions, and self-worth. Okay? On the 24th, the sun is square Uranus in Gemini, and the sun is in Virgo in your second house, and Uranus is in Gemini in your 11th house. Okay, and your 11th house is, about the large groups, hopes and wishes, friends, social, circles. You may encounter unexpected expenses, income fluctuation, and that's because Uranus, brings this sudden impulse of energy about change. So a sudden need to reevaluate your financial situation. Your existing friendships may evolve, or you may be drawn to new social circles that align with your changing values. Okay, you explore new ways of generating more income or manage your finances through technological advances. And that could be like some Bitcoin stuff, because that's new. Or a desire for more freedom. You may feel a pull between your personal values and the expectation of your social group, which may cause some tension, because you got people saying, do it this way, and you're trying to be your authentic self here and do you. So there's that tension. On the 25th, we have Venus ingressing to Leo. So this is happening in your first house, and the first house is about you. A Leo rising. You may be seen as more appealing to others, exuding confidence and making a lasting impression. Wonderful. You may be sparked to express yourself creatively through fashion, art, or other creative ways, because Venus is the goddess of beauty, love, art, fashion. She loves all of that. You may seek out romantic partners who are equally enthusiastic and appreciative of your affections. Well, that's an alignment in itself, okay? There may be a tendency towards positiveness or a need for constant reassurance in relationships. Okay, so self-doubt and insecurities, let those go. That is what's happening for you this month, and if you're feeling that, that's a good to know, because that is something you can let yourself go. It's outdated. You're already shining bright like the star that you are. Okay, so on the 26th, we have Venus in Leo trining Saturn in Aries. And this is happening in your first house and your ninth house. And we talked about both houses already. So you are likely to enjoy personal activities while demonstrating a strong commitment to learning, travel, or philosophical pursuits, okay? And that's ninth house energy. You may find that your creativity is a driving force in your educational or travel endeavors. You may be drawn to activities that allow you to express yourself creatively while challenging your intellectuality. While challenging you intellectually. All right. On that same day, we have Venus in Leo sextile Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your first house and your 11th house. Okay, and a sextile is good, but it's something that you have to work for. Okay, whereas a trine comes easy, a square is, that's kind of hard energy to work through. And an opposition as well is definitely some difficult, challenging energy that you have to work through. But, when you're looking at the squares and the oppositions and sextiles, because you have to work at it, there's opportunity for growth. Okay? So, you may find yourself attracted to artistic pursuits, creative projects. Where am I? I'm sorry, I'm looking at the 27th, but I think I was finishing off the 26th. You may have a desire for personal expression, and recognition is supported by a drive for innovation and freedom. Yeah, in social circles and future aspirations. So this is Venus in Leo sextiling Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your first and 11th house. As I already said, I started talking and and forgot where I was, but I'm here now. So you may experience exciting changes with friendship, a willingness to embrace unconventional approaches to relationships, and a supportive environment for pursuing unique dreams and creative endeavors. All right, and on the last day for this forecast is going to be the 27th, and we have Venus in Leo trining Neptune in Aries, because Neptune and Saturn are conjunct, all right? And this is happening in your first house and your ninth house. You may find yourself attracted to artistic pursuits, creative projects, or ways to express your unique personality. Neptune is spiritual. You may experience more vibrant and inspiring connections with others through travel or shared spiritual experiences. Neptune is also, about music, that vibration, but it's also about drugs as well. So you have to be careful with the illusionment that Neptune can create when it shows up aspecting another even though it is a trine, Neptune is still what it is. You know, he's still going to be in the rose-colored glasses. Things are going to be easy and nice and look all grand as you know, would think. But that's a high in this trine right now. And after it's over, you know, you'll start to slowly come on down back to earth. But you want to stay grounded during this time anyway. Okay, so the last thing I want to share with you for the month is Venus in Leo opposing Pluto in Aquarius. And this is happening in your first house and your seventh house. Okay, your seventh house is about relationships, partnerships, business partners, you know, family as well, open enemies, legal pursuits, marriage, and divorce as well. Okay, so your relationships may become more passionate and emotionally charged, or they may reveal the underlying issues of the need of issues that need to be addressed. Okay, conflicts or power dynamics, that's Pluto, with the power dynamics within your relationships may become more pronounced. So, you know, beware. You may want for deeper emotional intimacy and authenticity in your relationships. Your understanding of love and relationships may be challenged, okay? You are encouraged to reevaluate your values and your expectations, okay? Because this opposition here with Leo and Aquarius, you know, is about, you know, your personal freedom in the first house and how your freedom is operating in a relationship. Okay, so are you being more controlling, or do you want to be the one that wants to be seen and not give consideration to your partner? And, you know, that's a Leo Aquarius kind of thing, freedom versus, you know, I'm the one that wants to show up, you know, so look at me first kind of thing. Unless you have evolved, you know, and allow other people to take their place, you know, with you in relationships and have some of the light without you getting in your feelings about it. Okay? So, Leo rising, there's a lot for you here this month. And I hope this helps. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Virgo risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro Cheryl. And this is your monthly forecast for August 2025. Wow, summer is almost behind us and we're moving right into fall come September. So before I get into it, I just want to let you know that I have already discussed the highlights in the intro part. So if you want to know, you know, what the month is going to look like, you'll find out there, because here I'm just going to get right into the forecast. Okay? So Virgo risings, for you we have August 1st, we have Mercury retrograde and it's conjuncting the Sun in Leo in your 12th house. Okay? So during this time, first of all, the 12th house is about your subconscious, things that are hidden, your self-undoing, escapism of all sorts, drugs, things of that nature. Past life information, karmic information is there as well. Travel, long distance travel is also a part of that. Brothels, prisons, hospitals are all part of the 12th house energies. Okay, so during this time, it is retrograde Mercury, okay? You may be in the mood to reflect on areas where your communication may have been unclear or where your self expression has been stifled. Okay? This may also be a time to reassess how you express yourself in creative or leadership roles. This can also be a time of spiritual growth and transformation. You may experience ego clashes or difficulty connecting with others, and your feelings of fear, insecurities, and isolation may be amplified at this time. Okay, so reassessing has to do with the retrograde, and we know that Leo's energy is outward, whereas the 12th house is more inward. Okay, so there's a lot of things going on inside, that will help you grow, if you connect and recognize what is not working for you, okay, in your communication style, or, your moods, when you do communicate. So just how you're, coming off to others. But this is, again, this is how you're feeling inside. This is something that you need to work on from that perspective, not, an outward perspective. Okay, so on the 7th, we have Mars. Mars is, it enters into Libra, but it doesn't work well in the sign of Libra. So it's exalt. No, not exalt. Exalt is the better place. But Mars is, I can't even think of the word. So I'll tell you when I come back to it. But it's debilitated. Okay. So during this transit, this transit can create tension between the desire for action and the need for harmony, because, Mars is action and it thinks later, whereas Libra is about harmony, mediating and creating that balance. So yeah, that's where the two are jiving, okay? So disputes over finances, possessions, this is happening in your second house too. Or even differing values may arise with the family or with close relationships, because your second house represents your money, your values, your self-worth, your possessions. Relationships are connected to the second house as well. And your, I said your self-worth, right? So yeah, I think I covered much of it. So, and we already know that there may be some disputes within the family or close relationships with differing values. Your communication may be harsh or impulsive, and this may lead to misunderstandings or conflicts in discussions related to finances or personal resources. This is also a risk of impulsive spending or taking unnecessary financial risks now. Okay, and this is because, Mars is pushy, and assertive, but Mars is, that dry energy, so it can be harsh in its delivery of communication. So that is something that, and it can also be impulsive. But at the same time, if you know, then you know. So you know how to present yourself. All right, and on the 8th, we have Mars in Libra, and this is a trine to Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your second house of finances and your 10th house of public reputation, your career, and yourself, your public image. So this trine can imply that there may be a sudden change in career direction, and part of that has to do with Uranus, because Uranus handles those sudden shifts, okay? So there may be that, or a promotion is possible that involves a unique or unconventional field. So there could be a shift in your approach to finances, leading to new income streams or investment opportunities. Well, this trine is working well for you, Virgo rising. Wait a minute. Did I just do Virgo rising? I gotta stop because, see, I'm getting all confused. Okay, I apologize for that. Let me continue. There could be a shift in your approach to finances, leading to new income streams or investment opportunities. You may have a desire to express yourself in a more authentic and innovative way, both personally and professionally, because we're dealing with the second house, about your personal finances, and the 10th house is your professional house. You have the spark to challenge traditional career paths and explore new possibilities, which is good. This is a trine, and so that's helpful for, your money and how you make your money. There is also the potential for sudden insights or breakthroughs related to your values and your financial goals. So on the 9th, Mars in Libra is opposing Saturn in Aries and Neptune both in your second house, which we discussed about your finances, and your 8th house is the house of death, other people's money, transformation, psychological issues, investments, inheritances, so, and things that are hidden. This is also that house of transformation. You may experience difficulties in balancing personal finances with shared responsibilities, or struggle in intimate relationships where power dynamics are at play. There may be a need to confront your fears or insecurities related to intimacy and vulnerability. The opposition could also, come on now, let's see. The opposition could also indicate delays or challenges in areas of transformation, such as personal growth or dealing with taboo subjects. Okay? So the delays is Saturn. Saturn is always with having limitations and, creating delays with trying to get from point A to point B. Okay? So it's patience that is required with Saturn. So there is also a full moon on the 9th in Aquarius, and this is happening in your 6th house. This is your house of work, daily routines, your house of health, your subordinates, superiors, work, being of service. Okay, so you may find yourself suddenly changing your work style or find a more fulfilling way to serve. Okay, we have Aquarius in this full moon, And Aquarius is about change. So you may become more aware of your health needs and habits. This may be a time to implement more positive changes in your diet, exercise routine, or overall lifestyle. This full moon may disrupt existing routines, prompting you to reevaluate and potentially restructure your daily schedule for better efficiency and well-being. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. Only have one more for today to do. But unexpected events could occur during this full moon, so be prepared for potential surprises or unexpected events that impact your sixth house. Okay? So just be aware, because we have Pluto is in Aquarius, and Pluto is about transforming energy, okay? So on the 10th, we have a grand trine in the air elements, and this is affecting your second house of money, your 10th house of career, and your sixth house of work, okay? So this may be a period of potential breakthroughs where innovative thinking and a focus on your personal transformation in areas related to daily life can lead to significant positive changes in career and finances. However, it is important to be proactive and avoid complacency to maximize the benefits of this harmonious alignment. Okay, so we have, Libra, Mars and Libra in the second house. We have Uranus and Gemini in your 10th house, and this is where sudden breakthroughs and innovative ideas or thinking happens. And then we have Pluto and Aquarius in your 6th house of work, where your transformation is happening on a personal level. Okay, it is affecting you in your workplace. All right, so on the 11th, we have Mercury turning direct, and this is in the sign of Leo, and this is happening again in the background in the 12th house. So you may be inspired to express yourself creatively through working performance, through writing, performance, or artistic expression. Mercury and Leo being in the 12th house heightens your creative process. You may be inspired to experience meditation practices. That's a good thing in the 12th house. There may be confusion or misunderstandings, and you may find it challenging to express yourself clearly or to be understood by others right now, because it's in the 12th house, and that is, about the internalizing things. So overthinking, mental fatigue, or anxiety may occur as well. So on the 12th, we have Jupiter and Venus in Cancer conjuncting your 11th house, in your 11th house. So you may find yourself drawn to social events. Excuse me, your 11th house is about, your social groups and your hopes and wishes, work, co-workers, friendship groups, organizations, could be churches, whatever those groups mean to you, okay? So drawn to social events, group activities, and spending time with friends. This could be a time where you meet new and meaningful connections in your life. Love may blossom within your existing social circles or through new connections made through your friends, which is good. This transit may foster creativity and collaboration on larger projects or within your community. And you may also find yourself feeling more optimistic and generous. Your social life may feel particularly fulfilling right now. That's good. So on the 22nd, we have the sun entering Virgo, and this is happening in your first house of self. How you are, how people see you, your ego, how you express yourself in the world, or how you show up, and how you look. So the sun, the sun in the first house may bring some tension. May bring some tension or challenges, particularly in your close partnerships. There could be a need to balance assertiveness with cooperation. Okay? There could also be an increase in work-related stress or feelings, or a feeling of being overwhelmed by responsibilities. And remember, Libra is, she's an air energy, so she's in her head. And this is you, Virgo, in the first house. Okay, and she's also articulate and compartmentalizes things in an orderly fashion. So she has a tendency to want to work on her own because she knows how she wants things to be. But that can create some stress by, being too controlling over some work. So just be aware of that. So on the 23rd, we have the new moon in Virgo in your first house as well. So you may feel a strong urge to redefine your identity, make changes to your physical appearance, or embark on new chapters in your life, which is good, okay, because growth is the game. Growth is the game, Gain. All right, so on the 24th, we have the sun in Virgo squaring Uranus in Gemini. And this happens between your first and your 10th house, your house of self and your house of public reputation. Okay, so there could be unexpected changes on the job, because that's a square. Promotions or a complete career shift are possible. Okay, so that's not too bad, but that depends on your chart. You may feel called to pursue more unconventional or independent paths where, maybe working on your own, or working as a consultant, or working over in different countries and being that nomadic type of worker. You may have a need to express your true self in an authentic way by changing your personal communication style or social interactions, because this is affecting your 10th house. This will affect how you are perceived by others as well, and that's your first house. So on the 25th, we have Venus ingress to Leo in your 12th house. So with Venus in your 12th house, there's a tendency to have love affairs that are hidden or kept a secret or private, and rather than secret, but that could be a term. This transit can lead to secret love affairs, spiritual awakenings, or a period of intense creativity and self-discovery. Okay? So there we have it with Venus in the 12th house. On the 26th, we have Venus in Leo trine Saturn in Aries in your 12th and 8th house. So we have the 12th house, Venus in Leo, and your 8th house of transformation, death, other people's money. Saturn in Aries is sitting there. And this is a trine, so Saturn is going to be helping out, in a way where you can create some boundaries for yourself in this particular instance in the 8th house. So this is a time of introspection and the potential for positive transformation in love and your relationships. It's a time to explore hidden desires, confront emotional patterns, and cultivate greater intimacy and understanding. You are encouraged to embrace change with grace and wisdom. Okay? So your 8th house and putting Venus and Saturn in there, Saturn wants you to have structure and boundaries set. So he's trying to help you cultivate, what's unseen. All right, so on that same day, we have Venus in Leo sextiling Uranus in Gemini. This is happening in your 12th house again and in your 10th house of career. So this is a potential for increased creativity and expression of passions. There are the possibilities of breakthroughs or innovative ideas in your career or your public life. It may be related to technology or communication, because we have Uranus representing the technology and Gemini representing the communications. So this is a good time to use your intuition and creativity to pursue unconventional paths in your professional endeavors. Okay, you may, your relationships might involve passionate expression and the need for intellectual connection and freedom. Okay, within a social or professional setting. So there is the possibility to explore unique ways of expressing love and values, potentially leading to career advancement. Well, people do have, relationships on the job with the boss, and but here, it's like it doesn't have to be romantic, because love is universal, and just having a loving way about yourself could make people more comfortable with you being there. Okay, so it doesn't always have to be about romantic. It could just be that open air love, like I say to most people, love you, or hey love, how you doing, things like that. So people get a good feeling about the word love, when you say it, it makes people happier. And that is just that. Okay, so we're going to move on to the 27th, and that'll be the end of the forecast for us. So Venus in Leo is trining Neptune in Aquarius, and this is happening in your 12th house and your 8th house because Saturn and Neptune are conjunct in Aries right now. So this transit can bring a powerful urge to create, especially in areas related to beauty, art, and hidden talents. Okay? This placement also points out hidden desires and romantic fantasies. It also indicates a tendency for you to be self-sacrificing or to prioritize the need of others over your own. There is a need to balance self-care with the desire to connect with others. You may idealize others or project your own desires and fantasies onto others. You may have transformative spiritual connections in your relationships. Venus in Leo opposed Pluto in Aquarius in your 12th house and 6th house. So this transit can bring deep-seated relationship issues to the surface, potentially leading to power struggles or obsessive tendencies. There may also be a push for transformation in your work or daily routines, driven by a desire for meaningful and impactful experiences. Okay, Virgo rising, I'm apologizing for the confusion. I'm at the end of what I want to do for today, and I have a tendency of getting tired by the end, and my mind starts to wonder because this information is a lot to take in, and I'm not only taking in one, I'm taking in all of them. So, you know, it's stirring things up inside me as well. But anyway, this is your forecast for August, and until next time, bye for now. I hope this helps. Hello to my beautiful Libra risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your monthly forecast for August 2025. Now, I'm going to just get right into the forecast. I did the highlights for the month, and I put that in the intro. So if you want to know the highlights, it's there. But from here, I'm going to move right into day one. So on August 1st, we have Mercury retrograde conjunct Sun in Leo, and this is happening in your 11th house. This is the house of your hopes and wishes, your large groups, organizations, you know, work friends, social media, things of that nature. So here, misunderstandings and communication breakdowns in friendships and those in your social circles are possible, and old connections may resurface for review, okay? Because it is a retrograde, and retrogrades is all about reviewing, reassessing, rethinking about the past. You may be thinking about reassessing whether your social circles align with your true self, okay? Your charisma may be heightened because it's in the sign of Leo, and you may have a desire to be heard, Leo. You may gain clarity on past situations that involves your communication, leadership, and your personal expression. On the 7th, we have Mars debilitated in the sign of Libra, and this is happening in your first house, your house of self, how you see yourself, your ego, the mask that you wear, and how you are perceived by others. Okay? So this trine, Mars in Libra, trine Uranus and Gemini, and this is happening in your first house and your ninth house. Okay? Your ninth house is about higher mind, higher learning, religion, spirituality, long distance travel, different cultures, teaching, publishing. I think I said higher education through higher learning. And that's good enough. So here we have it. During this time, you may have the initiative to pursue new intellectual interess, explore new ideas, or embark on educational opportunities. You may re-evaluate your belief system that leads to a more open-minded and unconventional worldview. You may have the opportunity to travel, gain educational opportunities, or encounter new philosophies. You may also experience disagreements or challenges with authority figures in areas related to your beliefs or education. Well, now with the internet, you can get all kinds of information, that can transform your worldview and your beliefs, okay? Because there's a lot of information that have been hidden from humanity for, thousands of years. And now some of that is being slowly revealed and put out here for us to see. But some people are caught up in, certain, like religion. Some people are caught up in religion, and the truth about religion is starting to reveal itself, but people have a tendency to be attached, fixed, and not want to see the whole truth. So it's out there. It's just up to you and me and them to figure it out for ourselves, what it means to us and how we want to respond to, the news. So August 9th, I have to keep looking at my transmitter because it has a tendency to go out. So I'm trying to limit myself to how much content I'm going to do in a day, so that I don't have to redo something again. So here we are with Mars in Libra opposed Saturn in Aries and Neptune in your first house of self and your seventh house of relationships, okay? Internal conflict between the desire for personal expression and the need for harmonious relationships are heightened. You may experience past life karma with this opposition about lessons learned in your past relationships that may resurface in this lifetime. So, working through this energy is always, helpful for growth and letting go. So there's a need to be more patient and responsible in relationships, although you may have the desire for freedom and independence. Okay, so with Neptune, and there's also, some disillusionment, about what's real. So stay grounded and allow your spiritual process to take shape, from an internal point of view. Because Neptune is boundless, and having boundaries keeps us grounded. Okay, so with Neptune and Saturn conjunct, this can be a an opposition where we can see clearly what it is that we need to change for the better health in as an individual and in relationships. So there's also a full moon on the 9th. It's in the sign of Aquarius, and I remind you that Pluto is in Aquarius at this time. And this is happening in your 5th house of creativity, romance, hobbies, speculation, and children. Okay, so you may feel inspired, because of the moon is a feeling thing, to explore new creative outlets or express yourself in unique and unconventional ways. That's the Aquarius part. This transit can bring about a need for more freedom, Aquarius, and individuality, Aquarius, in your romantic relationships. Please stay with me. You may feel the strong urge to express your authentic self, Aquarius, and embrace your uniqueness and eccentricities. Release any blocks and replace with joy, pleasure, and creativity. Okay? So, on the 10th, we have this grand trine in the air signs. The first house is where Libra sits, and the 9th house is where Gemini is sitting, and the 5th house is where Aquarius is sitting. Okay, so these are the air elements that are trining. So you may have the desire for harmonious interactions and a need to assert yourself in a balanced way. You may have the desire for new ideas and have a fascination with technology. And that's Uranian. You may have a need to break free from traditional ways of thinking and challenge conventional norms. This is Pluto. You may have a deep-seated need to express yourself authentically. Okay? So on the 11th, and that's this beautiful grand trine energy, and it doesn't mean that you could just sit there and it's just going to automatically happen. Well, for some maybe, but for others, you may have to interact or do something to make things happen. Okay? So Mercury turns direct in Leo, and this is in your 11th house, and we talked about that already on the 1st. So this is a favorable time for social interactions, communication, pursuing your goals. It can bring about opportunities for growth, success, and positive connections with others. But it's important to be mindful of the potential for overconfidence and conflict. That's because Leo is very assertive and wants to be seen and wants to be heard and will do what he needs to do to make that happen. So even though Mercury is direct, you still need to be considerate because it's in the sign of Leo, big shining star, who wants the drama, and wants to own the room. So anyway, on the 12th, we have a beautiful conjunction between two benefics, Jupiter, expansive, freedom-loving, spiritual, higher-minded, and Venus, goddess of beauty, love, balance, and harmony, in the sign of emotional Cancer ruled by the moon, loving her home, and very intuitive. So during this time, you can expect positive developments in your career, that includes promotions. Wonderful, 10th house, public recognition and advancement. So this is your career life, your public image, and I said it already. Your public image, okay, is enhanced. You may find satisfaction, enjoyment in your work. Wow, see, I'm getting tired, but I'm almost there, okay? Try not to overspend or become overly focused on material possessions at this time. Your relationships are harmonious, both personal and professional. You seek to connect on deep emotional levels in your relationships. However, make sure you set boundaries for yourself, okay? Because, that water energy can just can be so easy going with the flow. So on the 22nd, we have the sun enters Virgo, and this is happening in your 12th house of hidden things, subconscious mind, self-undoing, retreating, drugs, institutions like jails, hospitals, and brothels, and intuition as well. And spirituality is also hidden in the 12th house too. So take time to prioritize activities that promote relaxation, such as meditation, spending time in nature, or engaging in creative pursuits. Overthinking and dwelling on the past are highlighted here. Avoid getting lost in your thoughts and neglecting other areas of your life. This could be a time of spiritual growth and self-discovery. Your inspiration may be sparked and new ideas may come to you through introspection, reflection, and creative pursuits. And this is also a creative house as well. So on the 23rd, we have the new moon in Virgo in your 12th house as well. So this is a time for setting your intentions, but at the same time in the 12th house, it could light up some things that you need to pay attention to. So this transit implies that your focus should be on self-care, particularly your mental and emotional well-being, and a need to address any underlying patterns or issues that may be hindering your personal growth. This can be a time of heightened intuition, vivid dreams, and the desires to connect with something deeper than the everyday. Good job here. Okay, you get to go deep. Then we also have this new moon in Virgo as well. So again, set your intentions on, letting go of what no longer serves you. On the 24th, we have the sun in Virgo squaring Uranus in Gemini. This is happening in your 12th house and your 9th house. Okay, so we talked about both houses already. So you may be questioning your beliefs or drawn to a more progressive or unconventional ideas of philosophy, religion, and personal growth. Expect sudden changes. This is Uranus. We're talking about the sudden Hello, Libra rising. My sound went out before I could finish the 24th day, so I'm here. I'm going to finish this now. I had to recharge my transmitter. But anyway, for the 24th, this is where we know that the Sun in Virgo in the 12th house and Uranus and Gemini in the ninth house are squaring. Okay, so you may encounter disruptions or changes in your educational pursuit or travel plans. It could also be that you are moving towards a more independent, unconventional learning styles. Be mindful of information overload and find ways to manage your mental energy effectively. Okay? Now, Venus moves to Leo in your 11th house. Your magnetism is heightened here because the 11th house we've discussed already is about your large social groups, friends, co-workers, organization, churches, that kind of thing, and your luck, hopes and wishes. So your magnetism is heightened and you become the life of the party. You attract others with your warmth and generosity. This transit can lead to a blossom romance or your existing, well, a blossoming romance within your existing social circle. So someone may introduce you to someone, you know, or you may always had a crush on someone. But anyway, there's the possibility of, romance happening there. Social events as well might be another place where you meet someone. This is a good time for artistic endeavors and showcasing your talent. Okay, this placement can bring financial windfalls through your social networks and your collective efforts, the whole group effort kind of thing. There is a tendency to overspend on luxury and entertainment, and you may find yourself seeking validation from others and prioritize your social image over genuine connections. So be mindful of stress as well. Okay, so you need to check in with yourself, really, because, if you need outside validation for who you are, you're not showing up as your authentic self, and that's going to cause you problems because, you can't be everything to other people. Okay, so just try and be yourself. Now, on the 26th, we have Venus in Leo trine Saturn in Aries. This is happening in your 11th house of large group of friends and organizations, and your 7th house of relationships of all kinds. Okay? You might be drawn to group activities and social gatherings where you can connect with others and build stronger bonds. There's a potential for committed and stable relationships to form or deepen during this time. You may take on a more serious and responsible approach because Saturn to your relationships, and there may be disagreements or conflicts. Sometimes Leo is arrogant, that energy, and it's assertive and it wants to be seen, so it's an attention getter. So on that same day, we have Venus and Leo sextiling Uranus and Gemini. And this is happening in your 11th house of groups and your 9th house of higher learning. Okay? And we've talked about the 9th house being the house of higher education, higher, spirituality, I mean, and long distance travel, other cultures, and teaching, writing, publishing. I mean, not necessarily writing, but it can. And I think I said belief systems, spirituality, religion, that higher mind of Jupiter. Okay, so that's your ninth house. You have the desire to express yourself creatively and passionately through new ideas, unconventional approaches, breakthroughs, and communication. You may find yourself connecting with like minded people and groups who inspire creative and intellectual growth. The creativity is all about Leo. You may be able to embrace more unconventional paths, which is Uranus, in your social life and aspirations. You're also encouraged to stay open, curious, and adaptable in friendships and the pursuit of knowledge. It's up to you to actively engage with these energies and act to fully utilize their potential. So remember that, you have to engage. Now, the last day is the 27th, and we will be done for the month of August, Libra rising. Okay, Venus in Leo, trine Neptune in Aries in your 11th house and your 7th house. And this is the same as it was before, and with Saturn, we just spoke about. So during this time, there's a potential for romantic connections, through your friendships or within your group activities. It can also signify a time of heightened creativity and emotional expression in your partnerships. Okay? And so the last thing for the 27th will be Venus in Leo opposing Pluto in Aquarius in your 11th house and your 5th house. Your emotions may be intensified in love relationships, okay? You may show passionate expression of love, or you may have obsessive tendencies, or jealousy may even occur. You may experience power struggles or need to reevaluate your relationships and their impact on your personal growth. You may experience a transformation in your creative process and your romantic life. You may have a deeper understanding of your desires or a release of old patterns that no longer serve you. Okay? Pluto is retrograde here. So, yes, this is it for you, Libra rising, for the month of August. And I'll see you again in September. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Scorpio risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your forecast for August 2025. Now, I have the highlights for the month, which I've discussed in the intro. I'm going to just get into the forecast from this point. So if you think you need to know more, check out the intro, okay? So on the 1st of August, we have Mercury retrograde conjunct the Sun in Leo. And this is happening in your 10th house of career, your public image, your reputation, your authority figures. Okay, so you may be thinking about reevaluating your current career path, long-term goals, and how you are perceived in your professional life. There is the potential for misunderstandings or delays in communication, and that's Mercury retrograde That's what it does. And we have about 3 or 4 retrogrades per year, every year. Okay? So this is kind of something that's going to happen and we have to be prepared for. But it doesn't always happen in the house that we're discussing right now. Okay, the words you speak may not land as you intended. So you have to be careful during the retrograde and talking to authority figures, and your co-workers during the retrograde. And they're experiencing, some of this energy as well. So issues of authenticity and how you present yourself to the world may show up for you. So on the 7th, you know what this is, Mars enters Libra in your 12th house. And Mars is detriment in the sign of Libra. This is air energy. But this is happening in your 12th house of your subconscious, things that are hidden, your psychic energy, karma, your place to escape, from reality, and a place to release old, outdated patterns. And that's, your subconscious working here. So this can highlight a need for balance because it's in Libra, and Libra is about harmony and balance between your assertiveness, that's Mars energy, and diplomacy and partnerships that may lead to increased awareness of hidden relationship issues or a need to address underlying tensions. It may also involve a focus on self-reflection, spiritual practices, or dealing with past issues. So, this is a good place for you to work through this energy because we have the full moon on the 9th, and by working on this energy in this 12th house, it should be, easier for you to let go of things that are outdated because some of that energy is already ready to be released. It's just you need to acknowledge that it's there and allow it to ground out, okay? So on the 8th, we have Mars in Libra, trine Uranus in Gemini, and this is in your 12th house. Your 8th house is also, a house of hidden stuff, psychological issues, death, transformation, shared finances, taxes, debt, investments, other people's money, and, your relationship with another. Okay, so you may have a tendency during this transit to process your anger and frustration internally before expressing it, or you may have a desire to be of service to others through quiet, behind the scenes efforts, okay? Because that also is that 12th house hidden energy. You may be focused on healing past wounds and sudden insights and shifts in your perspectives, okay? So this is with Uranus, bringing up these sudden insights of information. It's like downloads that come through that, is okay, all right, let me do that kind of moment. So you may need to reevaluate your existing relationships due to a desire for more freedom and change. You may have the need to break free from limiting beliefs or outdated relationship patterns. There are also unexpected opportunities for intimacy and connection here as well. But, you have to do the work here. Even though it's a trine and things come easy, you're looking at some pretty intense energy, especially with the 12th house and the 8th house, because they're both about, subconscious energy. And working through that it can sometimes be like, some heavy energy that you try to get through. But these houses are activated, and by them being activated, it should and could be easier for you to recognize what it is that is no longer serving you, and recognize those outdated patterns and let them go. Okay, so let's see what's next. We have on the 9th, we have Mars in Libra opposing Saturn in Aries and Neptune in Aries. And this is happening in your 12th house and your 6th house. Really good. You're doing a lot of clearing, Scorpio rising, because your 12th house is really activated. So your 6th house is about your daily routine, your place of work, your co-workers, subordinates, your daily routines, and your well-being and being of service. Okay, so you may experience challenges in relationships, in your work, or your health. You may also feel pulled in different directions. You may struggle with expressing your needs assertively, that's Mars and Libra, or feel frustrated by limitations in your daily routine, that's Saturn. Saturn is placing limitations on us wherever he goes because he wants us to be grounded and make sure that we are taking everything a step at a time. Okay, so let's see what else. Balance is the key. All right, learning how to express your needs assertively while maintaining harmony is what is being asked. Okay, because that is creating, the balance between those two. So finding healthy ways to channel your frustration and develop a strong sense of self-reliance within your relationships at work as well. Your subconscious beliefs may be impacting your current relationships at work. Okay, so, we are, not we, but Scorpio rising, you are working through some 12th house energy, and take the opportunity to recognize, what is making you feel the way you feel, okay? And address it so that you can release it, because we have those houses, the 8th house, the 12th house is activated now, and you can the veil is lifted so you can see clearly, and what you need to know. But what it is that can you let it go? Because sometimes letting go of these things that we're so used to brings us some kind of fear and sometimes pain as well. So, let go before the universe do it for you, okay? Because it's easier to do it yourself. And on the same day, the 9th, we have a full moon in Aquarius, and this is happening in your 4th house. And this is your house of family, your physical home, your relationship and your, your children, and your parents as well, and your ancestry is also here. So during this transit, you can release old emotional baggage, limiting beliefs, and outdated patterns within your family or home environment. You may find yourself craving more personal space and freedom. That's because we have Aquarius here. And Aquarius is about, freedom. Okay, and this is happening within your home life. Or you might need to set boundaries with family members. There could also be sudden shifts in your home life, family relationship, or living situations. You are encouraged to express your unique self within your home and family rather than conforming to traditional expectations, because Aquarius is non-conformant, okay? Thinking outside of the box. That's where, the newfound freedom happens for Aquarius. So this is transforming energy in your fourth house because Pluto is in Aquarius at this time. So let's see. You may experience profound insights in your emotional needs and how they relate to your family and home. Okay, because this is the house of Cancer. And, Cancer is very intuitive and emotional as well. All right, so the 10th, we have Mars in Libra, Uranus in Gemini, and Pluto in Aquarius forming a grand trine. And this is happening in the air signs. And this is a big deal because, there's a lot of energy on the level of intellect. Okay, so with this trine, a lot of new things could be taking shape, where we are creating things that we've never seen or experienced before. So we have that kind of mind that's happening here. I'm talking collectively here because this is happening with everybody. But change is what is happening, and this trine is making this energy flow pretty easy and very fast because we're looking at air energy, and that happens in a fast way, especially with Uranus being a part of the group. Okay, so we have your energy may be directed towards your subconscious. That's your 12th house because we have Mars in Libra in the 12th house. Your spirituality and the hidden aspects of yourself. Introspection, creativity, or a desire to understand hidden motivations are highlighted. You may have unexpected insights, a desire to explore deeper aspects of life, or shift in your personal relationships and finances. You may have a desire for radical change in your living situation, or a powerful urge to redefine your sense of security. Okay? So this trine is happening in your 12th house, your 8th house, and your 4th house. Okay, so things are changing, and it's supposed to be easy, but sometimes we have to act, because it's not going to just appear. The change is not just going to happen. We have to do something to make it happen, participate in some kind of way. Okay, so on the 11th, we have Mercury. We have Mercury turning direct, and this is happening in the sign of Leo in your 10th house. And we already spoke about your 10th house. And During this time, your communication skills, Mercury is about communication, right? Are clear. You're confident and you're persuasive in your professional settings. Good job. This is a time when there is a strong focus on opportunities for advancement. Well, it's turning direct. You may be inclined to take charge or lead projects or initiatives. Your skills and ideas may be readily noticed and appreciated by superiors and your colleagues as well. You're confident and assertive in pursuing your goals, and that's a Leo vibration. You may be inclined to express yourself through writing, speaking, or other artistic endeavors. Your relationship with family members are also improved, and that's because the 10th house is opposite your fourth, okay? And your fourth house is your house of home and your family. All right, so on the 12th, we have Jupiter and Venus in Cancer conjunct in your ninth house. And we spoke about the ninth house already as well. So this is a fortunate time and an optimistic time for you too, marked by opportunities for happiness, love, and growth. Yeah, Jupiter is about, expansion, growth, higher learning, spirituality, religion. So your higher learning and your potential for travel, long distance, because Jupiter and the ninth house represents other cultures and long distance travel. You are deepening your emotional bonds and fostering greater intimacy with your partners. Opportunities for new relationships or strengthening existing ones are highlighted. Attracting partners from different cultural backgrounds or through travel is also possible. Okay? So on the 22nd, we have the sun entering Virgo, and this is happening in your 11th house, and this is your house of organization, hopes and wishes, groups, social connections, social media. So this transit can bring recognition or success to social causes or your community projects or even innovative ideas, okay? Your analytical nature and increased assertiveness may create, wow, I'm sorry, may create friction, okay? Because within your group settings. Be careful during this time because you may overexert yourself or have more stress than what's normal for you. So self-care is advised. Okay, so conflict in group settings is because of the assertiveness that Virgo has in, you know, the thought process. Very organized, articulate, and analyzes things, before actually going through with it to find the best way possible with projects. Okay, and then did I say you may overexert yourself or have more stress than what's normal for you? Yeah, I did. I answered that myself, right? Okay. A sense, your friendships or social, okay, assess your friendships and social circles and address any underlining issues or challenges within these relationships. You can experience professional and personal growth through your interactions with others. Okay, so on the 23rd, we have a new moon in Virgo in the 11th house. So this transit indicates a time for setting intentions related to friendships, alliances, and shared goals. It's a good time to connect with like-minded individuals and participate in group activities or social engagements. All right. And on the 24th, let's see, we have the Sun in Virgo square Uranus and Gemini, and this is happening in your 11th house and your 8th house. And we've talked about both of these houses already. So this transit could bring unexpected changes in your friendships, group affiliations, or even your involvement in larger community projects. It may also trigger sudden shifts in shared resources. Okay, and this is 8th house energy, such as inheritance, investments, or joint finances, resources. You may also experience sudden insights or breakthroughs related to your own psychological patterns or intimacy issues. Okay, well, that's good to have that breakthrough because, as I said, you were Scorpio rising, you're working some 12th house energy, right? Yeah, you're working some 12th house energy. So this is a good time for you to release and let go. So let's see what's happening on the 24th. On the 25th, we have Venus in moving into Leo. Ooh, hope I got that right. Yep. This is a period where, and this is happening in your 10th house, okay? This is a period where your professional life receives a boost, potentially leading to recognition, promotions, or new career projects. You may also find yourself more charismatic and confident in your workplace, attracting positive attention and support from colleagues and superiors. Great. Okay, so on the 26th, we have Venus in Leo trine Saturn in Aries, and this is happening in your 6th house and your 10th house, or the other way around, the 10th house and the 6th house. Okay, so during this time, your career is likely to flourish with the potential for recognition and advancement. Your hard work and dedication in your daily routine will pay off. You can effectively balance your creative expression with practical considerations. We're talking Leo and we're talking Saturn. Okay, you may find opportunities to combine your talents with your professional life. You may experience a sense of stability and accomplishments in your career and daily work. And that's all because of Saturn. Okay, on that same day, we have Venus in Leo sextiling Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your 10th house and your 8th house. So this transit could bring unexpected opportunities to career advancement, possibly through innovative ideas or an unconventional approach to work. There could be positive surprises related to shared resources, such as inheritance or unexpected gains from investments. Okay. You may consider confronting your limiting beliefs and embrace a more authentic version of yourself. Positive changes or new levels of intimacy is exciting in existing relationships may occur. You may be inspired to take on new creative projects or a more experimental approach to your creative endeavors. This is great. because you are Scorpio rising. You know, the eighth house is about you and Pluto here, you know, taking these deep dives, you know, into your subconscious and addressing your fears. So, you know, with this happening, this is maybe you can start to see yourself more clearly because you're definitely getting being seen, okay? So, on the last thing that I want to talk about for this month is on the 27th, and we have Venus and Leo trining Neptune in your 10th house and your 6th house because Venus and, not Venus, but Saturn and Neptune are both conjunct, okay? So this transit can bring positive recognition and opportunities in your professional life if you work in an artistic environment because Neptune is artistic, it's spiritual, and is creative. Especially, I know a lot of people who have Neptune active in their chart, they are musicians, singers, people like that. Okay, so let's see. It may also indicate a heightened sense of compassion and a desire to use your skills for the betterment of others, which is good. Being of service, that's a sixth house energy. And then the last thing is Venus and Leo opposing Pluto in Aquarius. And this is happening in your 10th house and your 4th house. So this transit may amplify your relationship dynamics. Remember, this is an opposition. So this is like a, you know, some friction here. Okay, particularly with those with your family members, okay, because it's affecting your, the opposition is in your 4th house, or your partners who are closely tied to your home life. Issues of control, power, and deep-seated emotional needs are the maybe the underlining factors, okay? You may need to find a balance between your ambition and your need for emotional security and support. Strive to be true to yourself while navigating these challenging dynamics, okay? Because, you know, having this opposition with Pluto, you know, is definitely going to address, you know, some power and control issues between you or another person. And that's about growth because it is an opposition and it might be hard to take in, you know, for some of us to accept how we've been behaving because it's definitely a behavioral thing that we need to recognize. Hello to my beautiful Sagittarius risings. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your monthly forecast for August 2025. Wow, this year is going by rather quickly here. So I'm not going to go through the highlights here. I've already went through them in the intro. So I'm just going to get right into the forecast. And I'm going to try not to take too long because it seems like my camera is limiting, you know, how much time I use, and I haven't figured that out yet. So I'm going to have to kind of move through this rather quickly, okay? So on the 1st of August, we have Mercury retrograde and it's conjuncting the Sun in Leo. And this is happening in your 9th house. Your 9th house is of your higher mind, spirituality, religion, your belief systems, long distance travel, other cultures, maybe other languages as well, teaching, and publishing, philosophy. Okay, so that's your ninth house, and this is a time, because it's retrograde, of introspection and review. And this is regards to your belief system, your communication style, and your long distance travel plans. It's a time to reevaluate, refine, and express yourself with more authenticity and passion. Okay? So on the 7th, we have Mars entering Libra in your 11th house. And your 11th house is about your hopes and wishes, the large groups that you are a part of, your social circles. This may include people from your work as well. And I did say friends, okay? So during this time, your interest in social activities and involvement in group projects is what's highlighted now. You might be creating stronger bonds with your friendships and new connections. However, there is a potential for disagreements and power struggle within your social circles, and you may be pushing towards achieving goals in a collective way, so it could be team oriented. There's a need for balance and personal desires with the need of your social circles. Now, this power struggle has to do with Mars. Mars is debilitated in Libra, and he wants to be assertive, go forward, and, push his way through the storyline. Whereas Libra wants to be, harmonious and create balance and mediate things. Okay, so there's that in your 11th house. So be careful with the people you hang out with and how you push power. Okay, so Mars in Libra is trine Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your 11th house of groups and your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, partnerships, business partners, legal matters, marriages, divorce, which means open enemies. And your family members could be a part of this 7th house energy as well. So you might find yourself drawn to new social groups or engage in more spontaneous group activities, unexpected connections with shared interests or intellectual compatibility, or a shift in existing relationships could also, occur too. You may find others you might find that working with others on innovative projects or social initiatives that uplifts and brings you satisfaction and success. This could also encourage you to embrace change and be open to new experiences. Okay, on the 9th, we have Mars in Libra opposed Saturn in Aries and Neptune in Aquarius, because Saturn and Neptune are conjunct in Aries. And this is happening in your 11th house and your 5th house. And your 5th house is about fun, joy, creativity, hobbies, children, romantic experiences, and speculation. Okay, so this is an opposition. So it's, this is something that is gonna be, pulling a tug of war kind of thing. You may find yourself pulled between the desire to socialize and connect with others and the need to prioritize individual efforts and structure. This challenge is balancing your social life with creative projects or romantic relationships. There's also a full moon on that day, and it's in the sign of Aquarius. And remember, Pluto is in the sign of Aquarius too, and it's running retrograde. So this is happening in your third house of communication, early education, siblings, close friends, your community, neighborhood. Okay? So this may bring some mental, you may have a surge in your mental energy. And this may, increase your focus to learn more, or write, or engage in, stimulating conversations. You might find clarity in your communication style, or it may reveal previously hidden insights into your thought process. Okay, let's see, what else? You may find yourself more involved with your local community at this time. You may find yourself wanting to detach emotionally from situations to analyze them logically first. But you also might be more involved with your siblings, or you might take short trips within your, local area. Your emotions are also heightened because it is a, full moon, and there may be some friction in your communication where conflicting viewpoints are concerned, or if there is a need to assert your independence. And remember, Mercury is also retrograde, so that's going to also affect your communication. And Mercury rules the third house, okay? So on the 10th, we have Mars in Libra, Uranus in Gemini, and Pluto in Aquarius, and they form a trine, a grand trine. And this is all happening in air signs. So there's going to be a lot of communication happening. You may find that you are the peacekeeper within your social circle, using your assertiveness to foster balance and cooperation. You might be drawn to partners who are intellectually stimulating and open to new ideas. You may seek out intellectual pursuits or collaborative projects that have a transformative effect on those around you. Mercury turns direct in Leo, and this is happening on the 4th. I'm starting to get, my mind is starting to to move around, move out of focus, so forgive me. But this is happening in your ninth house, and I did discuss the ninth house of higher learning and spirituality. So this may be a time of intellectual growth, expressive communication, and positive developments in your career and social life. It's a good time to explore new ideas, share your passions, and seek knowledge through various sources. So there may be some ego-related challenges that happens here because it's in Leo, and Leo is ego-oriented. Okay? So on the 12th, we have Jupiter and Venus in Cancer, and they are conjunct, and Jupiter is benevolent as well as Venus, but it's expansive. So whatever it touches is going to create more of that, So if you're eating more, you find that you might be gaining some weight. And that's how Jupiter operates. Then we have Venus. She's been the goddess of love and beauty. She also likes to eat as well. However, this is not about eating. This is this is about the conjunction and Venus being harmonious and want to create balance. So this is happening in your 8th house, and this has to do with death, psychological issues, shared resources, investments, inheritance, other people's money, family members, psychological issues if I didn't say that. So the transit may increase your income or resources because Jupiter, hey, is more through your partnerships or an inheritance. It also improves your intimacy with Libra involved, emotional bonding in relationships. You may have a greater capacity for empathy and understanding of others' emotional needs. You have a heightened interest in the occult, spirituality, or psychology. There is the potential for transformation and personal growth through facing your hidden aspects of yourself or your relationship. Okay, on the 22nd, we have the Sun entering Virgo in your 10th house. And this is the time when you may have a strong desire to be more organized, methodical, and efficient in your work. And you know, the 10th house represents your career, your public image, your reputation, your authority figures, you know, co-workers, and I did say career. Okay, so it's also indicates opportunity for promotion, increased responsibility and recognition in whatever that field that you're in. It's important to balance the desire for achievement with a healthy lifestyle and avoid overworking or neglecting any other important area of your life. Okay, so we have a new moon in Virgo, and this is also in your 10th house. And this new moon encourages you to focus on practical matters, efficiency, and meticulous planning in your professional life. It's a time to analyze your current career goals, identify areas that needs improvement, and set new achievable goals. And you know, the new moon is about setting your intentions. So on the 24th, we have the Sun in Virgo, square Uranus in Gemini. This is happening in your 10th house and your 7th house, career and your relationships. Okay? You may experience sudden career changes or get job offers. This is a time to reevaluate your professional goals and values. There may be unexpected disruptions in your partnerships or social interactions. You may want more freedom and independence at this time, and that, you know, in your relationship space. So conflict with authority figures or partners are also possible. All right, and on the 25th, we have Venus moving into Leo, and this is happening in your 9th house of higher mind, higher education, spirituality, religion, belief systems, okay? So you are more attracted to intellectual pursuits, philosophy, different cultures. You might find yourself drawn to learning about new places, people, and ideas. And you may also experience romantic connections while traveling. Your interest for knowledge in spirituality, religion, or you may have deeper philosophical questions. These are all highlighted. You may have a desire to share your wisdom and insight with others through teaching, writing, or other creative endeavors. So the 26th, something happened here. Oh, I see. On the 26th, we have Leo trine Saturn in Aries in your ninth and fifth houses. Um, this aspect may have positive implications on your relationship, bringing a sense of stability, maturity in your romantic partnerships. So, and there's also the possibility of your creative collaborations or shared hobbies can be a source of fun and happy connections. Okay, there's something that I did and it's too late for me to correct. So I'm going to move on to the 27th, which is going to be the last discussion we have, Sagittarius rising. Venus and Leo trine Neptune and Aries in your ninth house and your fifth house. This aspects indicate a harmonious and influence on love, creativity, and your personal expression. Your love life and creative pursuits are infused with idealism, inspiration, and a desire for grand gestures. You may be filled with a sense of joy, optimism, and a heightened appreciation for beauty and romance. And on that same day, we have Venus opposing Pluto in Aquarius. And this is happening with your ninth house and your third house. Ninth house is higher education. Third house is your basic education. Okay, so this aspect can bring up deep-seated fears and insecurities related to intimacy and vulnerability. You know, it may be difficult to work through the desire for closeness with the fear of losing oneself or being controlled. This definitely is talking to Pluto in Aquarius. There could be power struggles or manipulative behaviors in this, in your relationships. But the need for authenticity in your relationships and your own self-expression is highlighted as well. So, you know, be mindful. And Sagittarius rising, this is your forecast for August 2025. And until next time, bye for now. Hello, beautiful Capricorn risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your forecast for August 2025. All right, now the introduction, I talked about the highlights for the month, and right here I'm going to just go right through to the forecast. So, and I have to kind of keep my time limited, so I'm going to try and, you know, I don't mean to rush, but I'm going to have to do this, you know, kind of quick. Okay, August the 1st, Mercury retrograde conjunct Sun in Leo, and this is happening in your 8th house. And retrogrades, you know, it's going to delay, it's going to stifle communication and having mix-ups happening as well. So during this time, your mind may take on an internal, introspective take. Okay, your expressive communication style may be misunderstood. Misunderstandings, delays, responses, or ego clashes, especially when you're trying to get your creative or personal point across, can occur. Okay, Your transformative energy may shift how you experience your shared resources, inheritances, and the mysteries of death, because the eighth house is representing death, transformation, shared resources, investments, banking, debts, other people's money, and I've already mentioned inheritances as well. All right, so you may get caught up in your own thoughts, making it difficult to use your interpersonal skills to or convey your own ideas clearly. So, interpersonal skills is listening. All right. So, August 7th, Mars in Libra, and Mars is debilitated in the sign of Libra, so it doesn't work really well. But this is happening in your 10th house of career, your public image, your public reputation, your career, your co-workers, and authority figures. Okay? So you may feel a strong drive to advance professionally and achieve your career goals. You assert yourself, or you may be in the mind frame of asserting yourself and being proactive, taking charge of projects and initiatives. You may also, focus on collaborating with others, creating that team building to achieve your goals. But your assertiveness may lead to power struggles because it's Mars, and Mars doesn't do nice. Mars just takes charge and is serious about it. Okay, so that may cause some disagreements with your superiors and colleagues. So you have to, strive to balance between your personal ambitions and your cooperative goals. You got to be more, not always take the lead, because not everybody wants you to be the leader. And I'm just saying this is not for everybody, and this is just during this month, okay? So Mars in Libra trines Uranus and Gemini in your 10th house of career and your 6th house of work and being of service, your daily routines, and your health. So you may find it natural to bring innovative or even disruptive thinking into your public role, because disruptive thinking has to do with Uranus, changing things and bringing out unconventional ideas. So you're encouraged to be open to new methods and technologies in your daily work and your collaborative efforts. This is also encouraging you to work with others to achieve shared goals, being flexible and willing, and have the willingness to adapt. And you may seek out roles or projects that offer intellectual variety that challenges you to learn and grow. So on the 9th, we have Mars in Libra opposing Saturn and Neptune in Aries in your 10th house and your 4th house. We talked about your 10th house. Your 4th house is about your physical home, your family, your spouse or significant other, your ancestral, your parents. Excuse me. So you may experience conflicting desires between your career and your home life. So there may be power struggles again here over your public image versus your private foundation, which is your home space. So also on that day, we have a full moon in Aquarius, and this happens in your second house. And this full moon is encouraging you to reevaluate your financial values, shifting it from material possessions to focusing on personal freedom and innovative ways to generate wealth. You know, this is Pluto in Aquarius, so this is forward thinking. So this is a time to release outdated beliefs about money and abundance, opening yourself up to new possibilities that support your independence and your self-worth. So on the 10th, we have this grand trine in the air signs affecting your 10th house of career, public image, your 6th house of work, and your 2nd house of money, okay? So it's offering some positive opportunities for change in your career, your daily life, your finances, and your personal value. You may also act with diplomacy and have an assertive approach to your professional aspirations. You have an innovative and adaptable mindset right now towards your work, your well-being, and a transformating Pluto in Aquarius. Focus on aligning values with a greater purpose. On the 11th, we have Mercury moving direct in Leo, and it's in your 8th house, you know, like the retrograde was. So you find yourself discussing sensitive or hidden subjects with a confident and dramatic flair, because this 8th house is about hidden things as well. And it's, you know, it's the house of death, it's the house of afterlife. It's the house of being psychic and intuitive. Okay, so your curiosity may be drawn to research, you know, into the occult, psychology, or any of those topics that requires you to, you know, dig deeper for hidden knowledge. You also may experience power struggles in your relationships. So be clear about, well, you may have a need to set some boundaries here. Okay, so on the 12th, we have Jupiter and Venus in Cancer conjunct your 7th conjunct in your 7th house. Now, Jupiter is a benefic planet, and Venus is a benefic planet as well, okay? And Jupiter is expansive. It is spiritual, wants you to grow. And Venus is about love, beauty, joy, happiness, creating balance and harmony. So this is in your 7th house of relationships of all kinds. So this can't be anything but something good. So you could be having a budding relationship, or, you know, the formation of new harmonious connections, romantically and professionally, on the horizon for you. You may get an increase of emotional support and understanding within your relationships at this time, because, you know, it's Venus and she's easygoing, and Jupiter loves Cancer, so he's happy. So this is a good time for you to, you know, clean things up if you need to fix some of these things. So you have the opportunity to expand your social circles and deepen your friendships. Your opportunities for creative expression within your relationships or through your partnerships also gets a boost. So on the 22nd, we have Sun entering Virgo in your 11th house of friends, groups, organizations, hopes and wishes. Because it's in the sign of Virgo, you know, your first inclination is to be focused on details and organization. And this could also be, you know, some of your work friends as well. And this is within your social circles and aspirations. You may be drawn to volunteering or working towards social causes that inspire you. You're more at ease and productive when there is a sense of order and structure in your social life and when pursuing your aspirations. Okay, this is in Virgo, so you are doing well here. There's a new moon in Virgo on the 23rd, and again in your 11th house. And you know, setting intentions is what the new moon is all about. So you're encouraged to think about your dreams and aspirations and how you can take practical steps, because Virgo is practical. Um, Practical step by step action to achieve your goals. This is also a good time to make new friends, join new clubs, or strengthen your existing alliances within your community. You might find yourself evaluating your existing social obligations or group affiliations to see if they still align with your goals and values. Okay, so we have the Sun in Virgo square Uranus in Gemini, and this is happening in your 11th house and your sixth house of work, routine, and health. So expect the unexpected. That's with Uranus. Expect the unexpected events or new technologies to shift your daily work environment or health management that prompts you to find more sustainable and innovative ways to live your life. Okay, you may want to express unconventional interests to your friend groups. And again, there may be this push and pull between your independent desire and the needs. If your community or professional network that may require you to find new, more authentic ways to balance these demands. I don't know what I was trying to say there, but here, okay, this should have been, you may feel a push and pull between your independent desires and the needs of your community or professional network that may require you to find new, more authentic ways to balance these demands. Okay. All right. So on the 25th, we have Venus moving into Leo, and this is happening in your 8th house. And you know the 8th house is about death, transformation. I said that already. It encourages you to confront deep-seated insecurities, okay, and embrace personal change. You may develop an interest in spiritual, occult, or psychological topics that gives you a deeper understanding of life, death, and the hidden parts of existence. You may experience profound, intense, and meaningful connections during this time. Okay, so on the 26th, we have Venus in Leo trine Saturn in Aries in your 8th house and your 4th house. During this time, you may make a significant financial commitment or form a new, I'm trying to zone out again, deeply committed relationship that feels both passionate and secure. You may take on the responsibility of managing shared assets or planning for future stability with newfound clarity and dedication. You may be focused on creating a stable, secure, and emotionally nurturing home that supports your personal growth and transform past limitations. Okay, and on that same day, we have Venus in Leo sextile Uranus in Gemini in your 8th house, house of death, and your 6th house, house of work. So you are encouraged to break free from routine and embrace new unconventional approaches to your daily life, work, and communication. Your desire for freedom can lead to innovative solutions for your daily work and finances and may transform your deep connections and shared resources. You may have a strong impulse to express your authentic self as well. That's Uranus. And you may find unique ways to manage your resources and improve your work environment or manage your health in ways that are more aligned with your authentic self. So on the 27th, that'll be the last thing I'll discuss for this month. We have Venus in Leo trine Neptune in Aries, and this is in your 8th house and your 4th house. 8th house of death, 4th house of home. You may have the tendency to project your ideas onto your family, your home life, or your romantic partnerships. You may experience confusion or unrealistic, that's Neptune, expectations in areas of shared resources or emotional security. This can be challenging. Well, it can be challenging to distinguish between genuine emotional support and unhealthy codependency when it comes to finances and intimacy. Okay, and the last thing I'm going to speak on is this Venus in Leo opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. It's happening on the same day, and it's happening between your 8th house and your 2nd house, okay? You may face deep relationship challenges that demand a significant reevaluation of your values and how you handle your finances. And that may involve power and control issues, jealousy, or financial power struggles as well. Okay? So that's it for you, Capricorn rising, for the month. And I will see you in the next month. And until next time, bye for now. Hello to my beautiful Aquarius rising. Welcome to my channel, A Magnificent Flow. I did that again. It's not a magnificent flow. It's Astro Shero. And this is your monthly forecast for August 2025. Okay, I'm just getting a little tired. I've had a rough time trying to put this all together, and you know, you run into glitches, as I have. Right? But I'm close to the end now because, you know, it's only one more sign after you, Aquarius. So let's get into it. In the intro, I've already talked about the highlights for the month, and I'm just going to get right into the forecast. On the 1st, we have retrograde Mercury conjuncting the Sun in Leo, and this is happening in your 7th house, okay? And your seventh house has to do with your relationships of all kinds, relationships, partnerships, business partners, family, friends, divorce, marriage, legal matters, open enemies. All right, so old lovers, friends, or unresolved relationship issues may resurface. Okay, misunderstandings, arguments, or a tendency to be overly assertive in communication are also possible. You might need to reevaluate your current relationships, your needs in partnerships, and how you present yourself in your connections. The areas where you may be holding back or overcompensating in your self expression may cause tension in your relationships. Okay? And you know this will pass too because it's a retrograde and it'll be turning direct this month. So we have on the 7th, Mars enters Libra and it's debilitated in Libra. But this is happening in your ninth house. And this is the house of higher learning, spirituality, your belief system, philosophy, long distance travel, other cultures, teaching, publishing. And I guess that's good enough. Okay, so you may find yourself motivated to pursue education, explore philosophical ideas, and expand your understanding of the world. Your desire for travel and adventure, as well as a focus on maintaining connections with people in the distant locations, may get sparked, okay? So you may be wanting to go and do some things. You may find yourself navigating conflicts or disagreements with the desire for fairness and harmony. That's Mars in Libra, okay? So on the 8th, we have Mars in Libra trining Uranus in Gemini, and this is trines are easy flowing energy. And this is happening in your ninth house of spirituality and your fifth house of creativity, your romantic partners, your hobbies, children, speculation are in the fifth house. So Uranus, things happen suddenly or, with a bolt of lightning type of way. So you may have a sudden interest in new philosophy, spiritual paths, or academic pursuits that challenges existing beliefs, okay? You want to know more. You may experience an unexpected burst of creativity and a desire to express yourself through unconventional means, through writing, art, or performance. So creativity, that's Libra's, well, that's a Venetian energy, but Venus rules Libra. On the 9th, we have Mars in Libra opposing Saturn in Aries and Neptune. In Aries, Saturn and Neptune are conjunct, so that's why they're both being, in the opposition. So this is happening again in your ninth house and your third house of siblings, communication, early education, neighbors, friends, neighborhood. Okay, so during this time you may experience difficulty in your communication, and this may lead to misunderstandings or conflicts. So relationship challenges with those who have differing perspective or opinions are possible. Okay, you may have challenges in learning or intellectual endeavors. Delays or obstacles may come up that require patience and perseverance. And that's part of Saturn's way of doing things, slowing things down, take step-by-step approach, and make sure that you get it right the first time. Okay, and we also have a full moon, and this is in the sign of Aquarius on the 9th, and it's happening in your 7th house. Wait a minute. I think I pulled up too far. Mars. Yeah. This is happening in your 1st house, Aquarius rising. Yes. This full moon is in your 1st house. So during this time, you may feel a strong urge to assert your independence and individuality. You express your emotions in unique or unconventional ways. You may need to readjust how you interact with others to avoid conflict. On the 10th, there's a grand trine in the air signs, and it's going to be affecting your 9th house, your 5th house, and your 1st house, because we have Libra in the 9th, we have Gemini and Uranus in the 5th, and we have Pluto and Aquarius in the 1st. So, your intellectual pursuits and creative expression and personal transformation they're all interconnected with this trine. So it's a time to explore new ideas, express yourself authentically, and embrace the necessary changes that needs to happen in your life. On the 11th, we have Mercury, and it turns direct in Leo, and this is in your 7th house. So you may find yourself more readily expressing your thoughts and feelings in your relationships. You may have a need to engage in stimulating conversations with your partner. That's Mercury. You may be drawn to intellectual discussions that challenge your thinking. Your communication style may be more assertive and dominating, and differing opinions may cause conflict. That's Leo's energy. Creative activities, performances, or public speaking, and more social activities are highlighted. So on the 12th, you have Jupiter conjunct Venus in Cancer. And this is happening in your 6th house of work, health, daily routines, being of service, your co-workers, and subordinates. So this conjunction is a good conjunction, okay? Because things are easy. Jupiter is expansive. Wherever it touches, it's going to expand things. And Venus is loving, harmonious, want to create balance, and like to see the beautiful side of things. So your relationships with colleagues in your workplace may positively improve. You may experience an increase in productivity and a greater sense of fulfillment in your daily routines. You may create healthy habits at this time and have a desire to create a positive and nurturing environment. That's the Cancer energy. Okay, avoid overindulgence. Jupiter can overindulge, and Venus likes sweets or a tendency to overwork. Your work-life balance is highlighted here. So on the 22nd, we have the Sun enters Virgo in your 8th house of death, other people's money, transformation, banking, banks, investments, debt, psychological issues. It's also a psychic house, intuitive information, and things that are hidden, like subconscious energy. Okay, so Your emotional responses may be heightened, and you may be more aware of your desires, your fears, your insecurities in relationships. Okay? Issues with shared finances, inheritance, and other resources are highlighted too. So something may come about. Increased emotional intensity may lead to conflicts or challenges within your relationships. Wow. Okay. So, new moon in Virgo in your 8th house as well. This may be an opportunity to analyze your personal growth and identify areas where you can improve your habits, routines, and well being. This can be a time to address communication issues and or set boundaries. This may be a time to find clarity or make strategic decisions around shared resources, investments, or inheritances. Okay, on the 24th, we have the Sun in Virgo square Uranus and Gemini in your 8th and 5th houses. You may have a desire for more freedom or a need to break free from a conventional relationship dynamic. Unexpected encounter may disrupt an existing relationship. You may experience creative challenges or sudden breakthroughs in your artistic endeavors. You may want to reassess your core identity and a desire to express your true self. Okay, and I mentioned unexpected financial matters or changes in your financial situation may occur. Potential conflict with loved ones or challenges in managing your emotional responses are amplified at this time. So we're going to the 25th, and this is Venus moving into Leo in your 7th house of relationships. So you may feel that strong desire for romance. That's Leo's energy, grand gestures, and a need to be admired in your partnerships. So you may find yourself appreciating and nurturing the bonds with your loved ones, which is great. Your romantic loves and your professional partners as well. You're just kind of spreading the love with Venus here, okay? So you might have a tendency for overexpression and ego-driven expression, okay? You may crave appreciation and admiration from your partner as well. You may feel at this time that you want to participate with, your romantic partner in, like-minded activities like shared hobbies, creative projects that brings joy and strengthen your bonds, So expressing, your differences in opinions or expectations is what you see happening, and you are allowing yourself the open communication space in conversations and not trying to be the one to have all the answers or the last say. So there is some understanding here. You are softening up in your 7th house with Venus here because she wants to smooth things over and shows more love and understanding. So on the 26th, we have Venus trining Saturn in Aries, and this happens in your 7th house and your 3rd house, relationships and communication. Your relationships may be a source of support and stability, helping you achieve your goals and navigate challenges. And then we have Venus in Leo sextiling Uranus in Gemini in your 7th house and your 5th house. So this transit indicates a time for dynamic energy in love and creativity, passionate connections, and intellectual intrigue may be, your focus. You may find yourself drawn to people who are intellectually stimulating and enjoy playful banter, or may experience romantic sparks through unique and unexpected circumstances. So creative pursuits can also inspire inventive and unconventional projects as well. On the 27th, and this is going to be the last day that I discuss anything for you, Aquarius rising. So Leo in Venus in Leo, trine Neptune in Aries in your 7th house and your 3rd house as well. So you may be inspired to explore creative projects in the areas related to art, music, sewing, or writing. You may have a desire for deep connections in relationships. That's Neptune energy. Your communication may be more expressive and imaginative in your personal and professional settings. You may feel like exploring your spiritual side and connect with intuition. Confusion or blurred lines are highlighted because Neptune brings about that level of confusion, because it's that water energy and it's very deep, so you can't see things clearly. So just be aware of that for the month of August. So Aquarius rising, this is your forecast for August 2025, and until next time, bye for now. Hello, beautiful Pisces risings out there. Welcome to my channel, Astro, and this is your forecast for August 2025. So, I've already talked about the highlights for the month in the intro, so here I'm going to get right into the forecast, okay? So on August 1, Mercury retrograde conjuncts the Sun in Leo, and this happens in your 6th house. Okay, and this is the house of health, of daily routine, work, being of service, your co-workers and subordinates. So this is a time where you may find yourself replaying old conversations. Okay, that is Pisces rising, and revisiting past misunderstandings or question your communication style. A bit sensitive, yes. You're encouraged to speak from your heart and express your true self in work-related matters. You may need to reassess your work habits, health practices, or daily routines. You have the opportunity to understand your own communication patterns and how they impact your relationship. Yeah, you do have that opportunity because it's a retrograde. You can review and revisit things that have occurred in the past that still stick with you today. So on the 7th, we have Mars entering Libra, and this is happening in your 8th house. Mars entering Libra in your 8th house. You may have a strong attraction and passion in relationships with the need for power and control. Now your 8th house is the house of death, transformation, shared resources, debts, other people's money, inheritances, finances, investments, psychic abilities, and psychological issues. Okay? So you may want to transform and heal through your intimate relationships or by confronting your deep-seated issues. Okay, so that is on the 7th. Now on the 8th, we have Mars in Libra trines Uranus in Gemini. And this is in your 8th house of death, transformation, and your 4th house of home, family, real estate, your sisters and brothers. Okay, you may experience a shift in your relationships and have a need for deeper intimacy or a desire to redefine your partnerships. Sudden changes or insights related to your home environment, family dynamics, or a sense of belonging may occur in some way for you. Unexpected changes in income or expenses may occur. There may be a need to confront your fears and embrace new ways of being. So that's on the 8th. And then on the 9th, we have Mars in Leo, Mars in Libra, oppose Saturn in Aries and Neptune. And this is in your 8th house of death, transformation, and your 2nd house of money, possessions, self-worth, and values. So you may experience struggles in partnerships, difficulty expressing your needs, or feeling controlled by others in relationships. There may be delays in achieving financial goals, challenges with your self-worth, or tendency to overspend or hoard resources may be possible. You may experience frustration and self-doubt because of a constant push and pull between your desire for independence and the need for connection. Okay? So, let's see, we have, we're, so Mercury turns, no, I didn't do the grand trine, so I better do that. Oh, here it is. We have the full moon in your 12th house, okay? And this is the house of your own undoing, the house of intuition, hidden things, your subconscious mind, karma, past lives, spirituality. It also governs brothels, jails, and hospitals. Okay, so this is in the 12th house, so you are doing some work there, Aquarius, rising. So you may experience intense emotional breakthroughs and insights concerning your buried emotions, your subconscious patterns, or areas where you might feel emotionally detached. You may find yourself releasing outdated patterns, limiting beliefs, or self-sabotaging behaviors that have been holding you back, Pisces rising. You find yourself confronting your fears or anxieties relating to vulnerability and intimacy. Okay, well, I mean, naturally, the 12th house is you, Pisces. Okay, so you know this energy. And it is a good time to release, okay, because there's energy there that you can transform. Okay, so August the 10th, we have a grand trine in the air signs, and this is going to be affecting your 8th house of death, transformation, your 4th house of home and family, your 12th house of hidden subconscious patterns, okay? So you may be releasing deep-seated emotional patterns and facilitate a more authentic self of who you are. You may experience sudden shifts in your home environment, family dynamic, or emotional state of being. You may have a greater awareness of your inner world. You do. And a deeper understanding of your personal power. You do, because, Pisces has been through it all around the wheel. It's the last sign of the zodiac. So you already been there, done that. All right, on the 11th, we have Mercury turning direct in Leo. And this is happening in your 6th house of work, health, daily routine, being of service. So you may have a desire to express your ideas and skills in your work, or drive to improve your health, or strive to improve your health and fitness. Okay? Let's see. I don't know what happened there. Conflicts may be amplified if you are feeling assertive and competitive. And Leo is assertive and competitive. You may be more stress prone or experience minor health concerns. Self-care is highlighted because, Pisces rising, you can be a more softy, but, you have to be pushed enough to show that other part of Pisces. Okay, so on the 12th, we have Jupiter, expansive, benefit Jupiter, and Venus, benefit, harmonious and balancing, loving Venus in the sign of Cancer. And this is about, nurturing and care, and it's conjunct in your 5th house, okay? The conjunction may spark new romantic connections or deepen existing ones. Wow. There's a strong emphasis on love, affection, and a desire for harmonious relationships. You may find opportunities to express yourself in unique and fulfilling ways. You may be drawn to artistic pursuits or activities that bring you joy. You may find or have more opportunities for fun, socializing, and enjoying life's pleasures. You may be lucky in matters of the heart now, because we have Jupiter and Venus in Cancer. Wow, and this is in the house of fun, the 5th house. All right. Starting a family for some of you, are experiencing positive developments with existing children, are highlighted here. So on the 22nd, we have the Sun entering Virgo in your 7th house. And this is the house of relationships of all kinds, partnerships, business partners, legal matters, family. What is it? Open enemies. People you know who are your enemies. Okay? So your interactions with partners are increased, and you may desire for more balance and harmonious relationships. Or you may have a need to assert your individuality with your partnership. You may feel more assertive in your relationships and express your needs and desires more clearly. Virgo is ruled by Mercury, the air sign. Balance between assertiveness and a cooperation is required to ensure your relationships remain a partnerships of equals, because, Virgo is assertive, yeah, and And that assertiveness can also mean take charge, okay? And Virgo likes to do things her way, just so you know. All right, so your physical and mental well-being are highlighted as well as legal matters too. You approach your legal matters with careful consideration and focus because you want to find some mutual ground here. But, with Libra here, you're going to analyze everything to the T. So on the 23rd, you have a new moon in Virgo, and this is also in the 7th house. This is a time for setting your intentions, right? So initiating new connections or revitalizing existing relationships are highlighted. You are encouraged to examine the dynamics within your relationship, assessing what works and what needs adjusting. Okay, and you can do that with this Virgo energy. You may experience shifts in your understanding of relationships and the role you play within them. Okay, so on the 24th, we have the Sun in Virgo square Uranus and Gemini in your 7th house and your 4th house of family and home. There may be unexpected, Uranus is sudden, unexpected things, disagreements or disruptions in your close relationships, possibly due to differing views on how to handle family matters, 4th house, or changes in your home environment, 4th house. You may be at odds with family members who have different ideas about how you should live, what you should prioritize. That means and what you should prioritize. Your desire to break free from restricted patterns or expectations within your family or home life are highlighted as well. And this is a square, so this is, some hard knocks here. So Venus ingresses to Leo, and this happens in your 6th house of health, work, your daily routines, your being of service to others. So you may approach your work with greater enthusiasm and the desire to shine. This is Leo here. You may realize that you thrive in environments where you can work independently and receive acknowledgement for your contributions, is what Leo likes. You may find yourself motivated to exercise, eat healthy, and meet someone through work or through health-related activities. Self-care is highlighted. So we're moving to the 26th. We have Venus and Leo trine Saturn and Aries in your 6th house and 2nd house. Okay, your 6th house of work and health, your 2nd house of money, self-worth. You may be inspired to approach your work or daily task creatively and in a disciplined and responsible way. Okay, that's Saturn being disciplined and responsible. Creatively is the Venus in Leo. You may address your finances responsibly and with expectations of building for the long term, not the short, okay? Venus in Leo, sextiles Uranus and Gemini, this is happening in your 6th house and your 4th house. Work, 6th house, 4th house, home. You may be drawn to new hobbies, fitness routines, or ways of organizing your daily life. There may be a desire to break free from old patterns and embrace a more authentic and exciting way of living within your home and personal life. This is Uranus in Gemini. Being authentic and having your freedom is what Uranus calls for. Breaking free of old traditional ways of doing things. So you may experience a boost in your social life related to your job or your wellness practices. Tensions and arguments related to relationships or partnerships or work may arise. Okay, so this is the last thing is the 27th. We have Venus in Leo trine Neptune in Aries. Okay, this is happening in your 6th house and your 2nd house. You may express innovative ideas and a more artistic approach to your daily tasks and work projects. Your workplace may be more enjoyable and fulfilling at this time because it's a you may have a greater sense of self-love and appreciation for your unique talents and abilities. Venus in Leo. You may have creative ideas for managing finances and resources that may bring you a more abundant, fulfilling life. And the only thing I can think about here is, some cryptocurrency, I don't know what else is new right now. You may be inspired to create a more creative and spiritual approach to your health practices. So the last thing is Venus in Leo in opposition to Pluto in Aquarius. And this is happening in your 6th house of work and your 12th house of unconscious, your self-undoing, okay? So it indicates that you may need to confront your deep-seated issues related to love, relationships, and self-worth. You may be drawn to intense relationships in the areas of work, service, and daily routines. There is the potential for power struggles and control issues in your relationships. Okay, so this could be happening around work. It could be happening, around home, but just know power struggles are out there to be struggled with. Okay, this is your forecast for August 2025, Pisces rising, and I hope this helps. And until next time, bye for now.